morning, everyone. We're ready to start. I'm sorry for the delay. We expect to have more participants joining us later on. For those of you who don't know us, we are gathered here today for the second annual summer school of the Regional Good Governance Public-Private Partnership Platform. Our initiative started in January last year, however, it's actually a part of a much larger anti-corruption program that we, all of our partners, have collaborated with for many years. In November 2012, we relaunched our Seldi anti-corruption initiative. It included partners mostly from the Western Balkan countries, and through our current initiative, we are trying to research some key issues that we have identified, such as public procurement integrity, problems with the management of the state-owned enterprises in the energy sector, the check-in process of asset declarations. So in our current initiative, we are 5 Western Balkan countries and 4 EU member states. In that way, we have the possibility to exchange good practices, to learn from each other, and to also jointly approach and collaborate with the policymakers to present them with recommendations how the legal setup or the procedures or the institutions could be improved in order not to allow corruption and state capture in our respective countries. I will not provide spoilers regarding our methodologies. I will leave that to our panelists, but let me just say that we're trying to research the corruption risks at all levels. At the macro level, we have the state capture assessment diagnostic tool. Through this tool, we can see exactly which legislation or which procedures allow for illicit wealth to be concentrated in the hands of oligarchs and how the public and private interests are interlinked in a country. At the meso level, we research the corruption through surveys in the business sector and the population. And we can see what is the level of the petty or administrative corruption. And at micro level, we are implementing a tool which allows to identify the efficiency of anti-corruption policies in a single institution. This is a management tool for these institutions, and they can see, for example, if video surveillance and rotations is a better tool than, let's say, trainings and ethical guidelines. We are also focusing on the use of big data, red flags and indicators, such as public procurement data, company data, data from asset declarations, and other registers that are available. So I hope that this training will be useful for you, even if you don't work specifically on the topic of anti-corruption, even if you're researching some sort of other good governance issue, like maybe transparency of budgets of municipalities or buying of votes during elections or any other topic. I hope that the principles and the methodologies that we present today will be applicable for your work, and why not, you can start your own research also on similar topics. So without further ado, I'd like to give the floor for a short welcoming remarks to our host institution, Dr. Vjekoslav Bratić, Director of the Institute of Public Finance here in Croatia. So the floor is yours.
Good morning to everyone. I will say just a few words, welcoming notes for you. I'm Vjekoslav Bratić, as Daniela said. I come from the Institute of Public Finance, and it is really my pleasure and honor to welcome you all in person and online to the second annual summer school Methodologies for Monitoring Anti-Corruption Policies, State Capture and Public Procurement Integrity, organized by the Center for the Study of Democracy, Institute of Public Finance, and the other members of the Regional Good Governance Public-Private Partnership Platform. This summer school, as you already know, is organized within the project Implementing Shared Anti-Corruption and Good Governance Solutions in Southeast Europe, Innovative Practices and Public-Private Partnerships. At the beginning, I also want to, and using this opportunity, to thank our donor EEA and the Norway Grant Fund for Regional Cooperation for their support, and also I must express my big thank to two colleagues from the Institute of Public Finance, Martina Pezer and Branko Stanic, for their support, because they are two main pillars for conducting this research here in Croatia. Branko, Martina, thank you. I'm especially happy to welcome our speakers also, Todor Galev, Alexander Girganov from Center for Study of Democracy, and Peter Horn and Ben Stott from Government Transparency Institute. I hope that we will have an interesting and exciting day, which might hopefully have an impact on the future research, and that you will benefit from new knowledge and contacts, and I wish you a beautiful day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and let us proceed with the first panel, the first session. It's dedicated to the conceptual background of public procurement integrity. And a few words about our two speakers. Peter Horn is analyst and quantitative researcher at the Government Transparency Institute. He has also worked on the effectiveness of EU-funded subsidiary programs in Hungary, and his experiences in big data analysis. And we also have Ben Stott, senior analyst at GTI, Hungary also. He has worked on the DigiWist research program at the University of Cambridge, the British Academy, and together with Mihaly Fazekas, their director, he has received an award from the EU4 Anti-Corruption Resource Center. So the floor is yours.
Are we going to sit down?
Yes, we will do that.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for the introduction and the possibility to present for you now. Okay. Great. Okay, so before I start, just like a couple of words about GTI for those of you who were not here yesterday. So Government Transparency Institute is a small research institute mostly focusing on collecting and analyzing public procurement data. As Daniela mentioned, I worked on this project called DigiWist, and basically GTI is sort of a spin-off sort of research institute from that project, where we originally collected public procurement data from European countries, and then since then we constantly expanding this data through various research projects. So now we are covering like 50 more than 50 countries, and this is really about contract level data, so yeah, we have more than 100 million contracts in a standardized format. And of course, it's not just, we are not only collecting it for the sake of it, collecting all this data, but what we think it's very interesting in this field is that due to the lack of data a couple of years or like 5-10 years ago, it was really not possible to do high quality quantitative research on procurement contracting. And it's, of course, a huge chunk of the research questions are centered around integrity risk or corruption risk that we will discuss now in the coming sessions. But besides that, there are all sorts of open questions around procurement policy. It's a extremely complex regulated area of governance, and based on the data that we collect, we can look at contracting practices from angles that were really not possible beforehand. So we think that this is kind of an interesting kind of area to explore with data more. So basically for the next couple of sessions that we will hold with my colleague Peter, we thought that it would make sense to split it into 4 parts. So first I will talk about conceptual backgrounds of procurement integrity, so just to kind of get into the zone of public procurement, that what are the stages of it, and what are the what are the main stages, and what are the potential risks at each stage, and also conceptualizing conceptualizing procurement corruption conceptualizing corruption specifically in the domain of public procurement. Then Petty will talk about public procurement data, what kind of sources are out there, so how this administrative data generated, what it describes exactly, and what sort of caveats there are when it comes to analyzing it. And then I think it would make sense to have a break at that point. And then I will continue with talking about how we build integrity indicators in procurement. So these will be more with practical examples and how we validate indicators. And then last we will show a couple of applications that we were working on, websites, dashboards that help understand risks in more detail. Okay, so the sort of agenda for this first session is first, why do we do risk assessment in public procurement? What can it be useful for? Second, we will go through the main steps of procurement tendering, and what are the main risk factors there, and then we can talk through a couple of examples of risky situations in particular stages of the process. And so I don't really know how much you know about procurement, so please feel free to ask any questions at any time, because so I don't know what will be very trivial or less trivial for you, so please feel free to interact any time, really. Okay, so why do we care about risk assessment in public procurement? And the answer is can be quite trivial. So what you see here is the share of public procurement in terms of GDP on the left-hand side, and in terms of government expenditure on the right-hand side. So what you see here is basically the average OECD country is spending 12%, around 12% of their GDP through these through public contracts. That's the red bar. And in terms of government expenditure, it's actually 30%. So if you think about it, every €1 of every 3 that you pay as taxes go through this highly regulated process, and it's probably interesting to see whether this regulation and whether corruption risks really do any harm in the way of spending it. And just about a couple of highlights of what can you use data analytics for. So looking at contract level data. So first of all, it can support investigations on either individual contract or organizations or market level. So the good thing about having contract level data is that based on your needs, you can aggregate certain indicators up to whatever level you are interested in. And so these red flags can help you initiate more in-depth desk research. We will see examples of how this is actually used later in the examples. Or if you have already cases, so what happens usually is that losing companies that were excluded from certain processes appeal against tendering decisions, and if you have more than one of such cases or several, then looking at additional red flags can help you select the most relevant cases that you want to look at first. And also if you have actual an actual case that is investigated, if the administrative data set that you have is good enough, then it can actually be used for actual exploration of the case. And of course, as I mentioned earlier, it's not only about risk indicators, but it can also support all sorts of policy questions. So just to highlight a couple of examples. So as you might know, there are very many different procedure types that can be used for the tendering, and these are usually tied to a value threshold. So, for example, open tenders are, or completely open tenders are mostly used above a certain potentially relatively high value threshold. But actually, to understand whether it makes sense to make open procedure mandatory and what is the optimal kind of minimum threshold above which you want to make it mandatory, then you really have to understand what is happening around that value threshold, whether the smaller tenders that use a more flexible way of advertisement, like maybe not advertisement at all, but just like invitation of inviting bidders instead of an open call, maybe that works exactly or totally perfectly, and you don't want to redefine the minimum threshold above which certain procedures are triggered. But without looking into the data, you cannot really assess these questions. Or another example is having different accountability mechanisms. So I'm not sure you think about it, but if so the public procurement regulation actually covers a very wide range of different buyers. So it covers contracting of ministries, local governments, publicly owned companies, but also private companies sometimes. So if a private company gets a grant, that's often earmarked in a way that they have to spend it if they buy something from the grant, I don't know, a building, they want to construct a new lab, let's say, then they have to use the public procurement regulations. And of course, these organizations differ very significantly in terms of their capacity to conduct these tenders. So what you might want to check based on the data is how very similar contracts or tendering procedures are conducted by a finance ministry versus a local government. And then if you see big differences, then probably you want to intervene in a sense that give more help to local governments that do not have the legal expertise to tender efficiently. Okay. Do you have any comments or questions at this point by any chance, or any remarks? Okay, so then if not, then I will go forward with the next topic, which is the procurement process and its risks. So basically, what we will sort of go through today is these following 4 steps on how to build a good corruption indicator. So first, what we need is a specific definition of corruption. Then we have to identify a target population and sample. So this will become much clearer, but like basically the question is what are the stages of the tender that can be corrupted, right? So this is like the what is corrupted. Then point 3 is the understanding what are the possible corruption technologies. So this is kind of the how. So you have to understand like what are the actual schemes in practice that leave some sort of traces in the administrative data that you want to capture. And then once you have the potential indicators that you can actually measure from procurement data, then you have to tailor it and to that given country context and validate it, cross-validate it against other indicators. So point 3 and 4, we will discuss it in later in the third session. So we will focus now on point 1 and 2. So for every kind of indicator building, what you really need to have is a specific definition of what you want to measure. And so what we use as a kind of high-level starting point is the following definition. So in public procurement, the aim of corruption is to steer the contract to a favored bidder without detection. It can be also like a group of bidders. That can be done at least in 2 ways: avoiding competition entirely, so which means like direct awards basically, or favoring a certain bidder by tailoring specifications or making decisions throughout the tendering process that makes it possible. So, and obviously the second point is the one that we will spend more time on today. And what is important about this definition, and like I don't really want to get into the sort of epistemological debates on how you want to define corruption in general. But this definition is really not mentioning anything about bribery, or it doesn't really mention anything about private gain. So it's not like, you know, there is this baseline definition of corruption that it is abuse of public office for private gain. So it doesn't say anything about that specifically. But what it focuses on instead is the restricted access to public resources. So it's really about companies not having equal access to public contracts because certain companies are favored. And that's basically the only, I mean, that's the main kind of mechanism, or my main sort of phenomena that we want to capture with the data. And also what we think is important is that the type of corruption that we try to measure is institutionalized, so it's a recurrent pattern that is not just like ad hoc, and it's grand in a sense that it's not about an occasional event of I don't know, an engineer that is writing a specification that favors a certain bidder, and that's kind of the channel through which corruption happens. But actually the data that we can see, or that we kind of track, really involves the decisions of multiple players throughout the way. So it's really not about like petty corruption, but like high-level corruption that where more people are involved, and it's partly kind of driven by the fact that the type of data and the type of decisions that we can track indicate by nature that this is what we can measure. Okay, so what can be corrupted in procurement? And this is just like a very high-level bird's-eye view of what are the main kind of aspects of a procurement process. So in the triangle, sort of, you see formation, implementation, and monitoring. So formation is about what sort of procurement regulations are to be followed during the process. Implementation is everything from tendering to contract management and contract implementation. That's what we will spend most time on. And monitoring is any sort of monitoring that happens during contract implementation. So it's like usually the public procurement office that does audits, or like there is an arbitration court. So these sorts of institutions. And so all of these kind of three aspects work according to the procurement policy, so that's represented by the smaller circle. But of course, procurement policy is decided by politicians. That is the bigger political context. And really only the two things that I want to highlight here that we won't discuss in detail later on is that so already kind of the formation, which is like the rules that set out the rules for the tendering and contract management, etc. Already that can be sort of corrupted in a way that governments can apply procedural rules that would make it easier to favor certain bidders. And it's important, so like as we set out, the working definition of corruption is favoring a certain bidder. So if there is a regulation that automatically by design allows you to favor certain bidders because, I don't know, it moves the threshold for open procedures extremely high. So, and below that, basically the discretion of buyers is just almost infinite. Then by design, you have a setup where you can act in sort of a corrupt way, in a sense that you can favor suppliers, certain suppliers, but it's completely legal in a sense that you are not breaching anything. This is just by design like that. And the other aspect that I wanted to mention is the monitoring. So obviously if the monitoring institutions are sort of cancelled out, then and basically companies, like losing companies, cannot really appeal realistically, then that's also kind of allows to favoritism to go through. Okay, so as I said, we cannot really measure this monitoring aspect or the procurement regulation aspects of risks. So we will just focus on implementation now. And this is really about understanding how a public procurement tendering process works out. So, you can split up a tendering and contract management and contracting process in several ways. So this is just one that we usually use. So 4 big phases: first, planning and advertisement, then selection and submission, then evaluation, and then contract management. So I would like to ask, if you can tell what are the main decisions or the main kind of sub-phases of a planning and advertisement period of the tender. Anyone, any ideas about that? That might be relevant from a corruption risk perspective. Anyone? So what happens at the planning and advertisement phase that is kind of relevant? So it's already the procurement plan, for example, like the decision on what to buy, if you think about it, that's already driven by the buyer's motivation to whether they want to contract someone or not. So already, like, because eventually if you have a corrupt contract, then you have to contract that to a company that will eventually have to implement some sort of work. And so the decision to what to buy, that's already a decision that you make thinking about, okay, who will eventually do something under this contract. But also, like in this phase, the buyers are putting together the specification of the tender that obviously sets out requirements, eligibility criteria for companies that can be overly restrictive. We will see examples of that later on. So in the selection and submission phase, any ideas what can happen there that is important from our perspective? Yes?
Actually, in the advertisement phase, there is also the time frame for the adverts. So short time frames usually mean a risk for corruption.
Yes, exactly. That's also another aspect of so specification, the advertisement period length, or the type of procedure that you choose to begin with, whether it's like open or restricted or negotiated. Exactly. Thank you. Any ideas on the submission or selection? Okay, so here, obviously, what happens is suppliers are submitting the bid, but also this is the phase when buyers can exclude certain buyers, certain suppliers. But also what sometimes happens, although I think it's less and less frequent, is that they can also tinker with the submitted bids, like excluding certain. So if it's the bid is in physical format, then sometimes what happens is that they tinker with the bid itself. And so the two other phases is evaluation. So this is where buyers decide to potentially exclude certain bids based on eligibility criteria. So this is somewhat different from. So there are several aspects based on which you can exclude bidders. So one is just the bid formally is not acceptable, right? And the other is that there are all sorts of technical or economical considerations or like requirements that certain bidders might not fulfill. And also in the evaluation phase, what happens is that the bids are scored. So for many tenders, it's not just the lowest price that matters in deciding, but there are also qualitative aspects or I don't know how green the implementation will be, and these kind of aspects are also considered, which can be again scored in a biased way. And in contract management, there is the contract signature and renegotiation, of course, and also what really matters here is like what is the quality that is accepted by the buyer for the implementation, and they can just inflate quality to save cost. So these are just aspects that we talked through. Okay, any questions about how procurement?
Yeah, I wanted to ask, there is one strategy from buyers when they cannot use other means to exclude unfavored bidders, they cancel the tender. So legislations have some sort of cooling off period where you cannot repeat the tender, but institutions can wait for years to even to give the bid. So is this, in which phase would you put this as a strategy?
Either selection or evaluation, right? So that's why, so yeah, exactly, that's a very good example of how, like, if there are bids that they cannot really deal with, then they, okay, so there are two things, right? So first, they can decide to exclude all bidders to cancel, or they can, what often happens is they cancel based on reasons of not having enough budget or something like that. And yeah, so this is, so if it looks like it's hard to pull off the deal with the predefined supplier, then yeah, this can happen. Any other comments or questions to what are the main stages of a procurement process? So this is just important because basically these are the phases where the main decisions are made, and this is what leave traces in the data. So basically all of these, the procurement plan, the advertisement period, so the details of it are published in a so-called call for tender document or publication. Patty will talk about it more, like, and this is the data that we can use to figure out that, okay, is there something fishy going on just based on the advertisement? And of course, some aspects are not really covered by administrative data or not by publicly available or analyzable data, such as contract renegotiations. Like, there is barely any data available on that in most countries. So actually, that's also an important aspect, that what we can really focus on based on the current publication practices of most governments is what happens in the planning and advertisement, selection and evaluation. And like, we see most of the contracts until the award phase. And we often do not even see the actual contract that is signed, although of course it's regulated, like how much you can deter from the award to an actual contract signature. Yeah. Or do you? Yeah.
I wanted to ask, so one of the ways to create the illusion of real competition where there is not is to get two additional companies to apply to the tender, but you have informal agreement with them that they will provide very high offers, so the designated winner actually receives the contract. Is there any way to catch such cases? For example, if you notice that in several consecutive procurements, the same three companies always apply together, is that a red flag that you are following?
Yeah. So one, this can happen very often, or like at least from qualitative research, we know that this is quite a widely used tactic. The problem with catching it is that not many countries publish good enough information on losing bidders. So, but wherever there is such information, actually, maybe I can even show a graph later on. So what, for example, we saw in, I don't know which country, anyway, maybe Paraguay or something like that, is that where we have information on losing bids, is that the difference between the winner bid and the second lowest and third lowest bid was always the same amount, or not the same amount, but the same percentage. So basically what you see in the distribution of bid prices is that like every time the losing bid is 5% more expensive. And you can see that the same two companies are bidding consecutively in different, on different tenders, and then the difference is always the same. So that's kind of one way of catching something like that. And the other is like a more kind of magical test that is actually the Bamford's law. I don't know whether you've heard about it, which is basically which basically states that the distribution of the first digit of naturally occurring numbers follows a certain distribution. And then if we look at prices of certain markets and we take the first digits of those markets, then if it's competitive, then it should follow this distribution. So what you should imagine is that if we take let's say there is a competitive construction market with thousands of contracts, then the number of ones that start the final price should be like 36%. The number of twos should be like 24%. The threes should be like 10% and something like that. I mean, don't quote these numbers. We can check on the internet. And the idea is that if this is a natural process, and we think that competition is a natural process, then these first numbers of the prices will follow this distribution. But if it's not, then no. And this is exactly what we see in certain markets, that despite having like hundreds of contracts, that should be kind of statistically enough to be able to track down this theoretical distribution. We see that they differ. And this is, by the way, so this kind of rule was used, I think, originally in the US for detecting tax fraud. So they were like using this to check, tax. Tax numbers of companies, not tax numbers, but like I forgot the word. So whenever they reveal their tax numbers, yeah. So those are the ways. Okay. Any other comments to the procurement stages? Okay, if not, then I will just give a couple of concrete examples. So as of now, what we know is that, okay, these are the kind of aspects that can be corrupted. So this is the what is tinkered with kind of question. And then what is important to understand next is how does it happen? And then this will inform us to build a concrete indicator and like how to validate this indicator. So in the next slides, I will just have a couple of examples of potential schemes that might have some traces in the data that we can pick up. So first, it's just like a quick exercise of your expert assessment. So let's say there is a road reconstruction tender between two cities, 25 kilometers long, delivery in the summer, and the question is, what is the minimum number of days of advertisement that we don't think is fishy? So who thinks that 3 days, 3 calendar days, including a weekend, is kind of a short deadline? Can you? Yeah. Okay, this is a quite easy one. 6 calendar days, including Christmas holidays and weekend. That's probably not enough. 18 calendar days, including 2 weekends. You cannot have not 2 weekends if it's 18 days, by the way. Okay, so some of you think that this is already enough, right? And 40 calendar days? Oh, I don't think that's, okay. I mean, that's the kind of regulation. So what we think is that it's, of course, very interesting what we think a priori about what is risky and what is not, but what we think is probably better is to actually look at the actual distribution of advertisement days. And what you see here is the distribution of number of days for advertisement. And what can you see here in terms of the regulation? Any interesting takeaway from this graph? Anyone? So what would be our first kind of statement about this distribution? Hope it's clear that so the horizontal axis is the number of days a contract was advertised, and like we see the number of contracts per each day. Anyone, any observation? Sorry? Yeah. And what is also interesting is that there is another peak, right? So basically what we can read from this graph, I think, is that the regulation itself, that there must be a procedure type where the minimum number of days is, actually it's 48 days, but yeah, it's hard to see. And there is another type of procedure where the minimum number of days is 40. But the other interesting bit is that, obviously there are plenty of contracts that, or plenty of not plenty, but there is a significant and visible amount of tenders that do not follow these kind of minimum thresholds, right? And so this is exactly what we should have a more thorough look. So from this distribution, probably our trivial guess would be to look at those tenders that have less than 40 or less than 30, less than 20 days of advertisement period as a red flag. Okay, another example can be via specifications. So we already kind of touched upon it, drafting a technical solution that deliberately excludes other valid options. Do you know any concrete examples where this kind of happened? So any cases that you can recall by any chance? I can tell one that was about some medical equipment, analyzing some blood values, and then the specification said explicitly that only those machines are accepted that have a specific OLED kind of display, which is obviously not necessary to the machine to work properly. But there was only like one suppliers in that given country where this was advertised. So it was like a very kind of trivial way to exclude everyone else. So anyone have an example that is similar to this? What cars?
Fish cars. Lot of fish cars.
Yeah.
So they can make specifications for a specific brand or specific
Yeah.
power for
Yeah.
some things that others just some companies have.
Yeah.
In most of the cases, these situations are being appealed by the rest of the
Yeah. The question is whether it's enforced then. Yeah.
There was a case where the
Yeah.
technical specifications included the pictures of Christmas decorations. So in one case, the technical specifications included photos of Christmas decoration, that similar decoration needed to be procured, and the technical specification said that we need to buy something that looks exactly like this, and this picture was taken from the catalog of certain company, and then the same company wins the contract.
Very clever. Anyone else with a surprising example? Okay, yeah. So basically, yeah, actually the car example is the first one that like they can specify a certain like engine and the like. Okay, so another possible kind of technique used during a corrupt scheme is to use a shell company. So this is a company that only exists on paper, right? So it has like some sort of owner, it has management, but it doesn't have staff. It doesn't have any sort of legitimate kind of activity besides winning a contract. And these kind of companies are very often part of a corrupt deal. So what typically happens is that this company is winning a contract, but only through subcontractors. So it can only happen if the public procurement regulation is relaxed enough about you being able to provide your expertise through subcontractors. So it is totally possible that there is a company that really only has just a appointed manager, and they submit a bid with 3 subcontractors. All the subcontractors provide the technical skills, or like they kind of fit the eligibility criteria for implementing the contract, but it's actually the shell company that is winning or that is awarded. Okay, so bogus subcontracting is another example. So there is a subcontractor that is only used for relocating rents, basically. So what can happen in a scheme is that like there is a company that was awarded the contract, and probably that specific company that is awarded is doesn't have any like conflict of interest issues, but then the awarded company can then subcontract someone that is actually connected to the buyer, and that's the way how you can track down the corrupt rents in a situation like this. Okay, and then bid steering. So this is about manipulating the procurement procedures to steer a contract to a favored company. So here, for example, what can happen is that the tender notice is so vague, and I'm not sure whether we have examples of that, but I've seen quite a few, that from the call for tender, you cannot really decide what this tender is about. So basically, you deter bidders that would potentially bid for the tender because it's so vague that they don't know what they would be bidding for. But it's still a legitimate contract, so the company that is informed informally will know what they have to submit a bid for, but it's otherwise impossible to tell from the publicly available documents. Okay, and I think this is the last example that I wanted to mention is about substandard work. So, for example, what can happen is that, well, there are 2 issues. So one is that you specify a tender, companies bid for that, and they submit a price knowingly that this is the type of quality, and these are the, the main yeah, that there is a specific quality of work and specific amount of work that they submit a bid for. And then there is just only one, and they price their bids accordingly, and there is the corrupt company that knows that this is not what actually will be enforced during the implementation, so they can actually reduce their prices accordingly. And basically the rent is generated during the implementation by nobody enforcing the required quality that was set out in the tender documents. Or of course you can just like simply buy cheaper materials in a construction or yeah. Okay, so I really just wanted to highlight a couple of examples concrete examples that leave traces in publicly available procurement notices, so that we know that what are the dimensions that we try to fish for with data. So do you have any questions or comments to these aspects at this point? Okay, if not, then I think I'll stop now and hand over to Petty, who will talk about data. Thank you. Do you have that? This is you? Yeah.
Good morning, and thank you for the introduction. The coffee break might be a little bit later, so sorry for this. So just to start with the next session, so a majority of our work at GTI is about data collection and data cleaning of procurement data sets. Mostly from procurement websites and Tender Electronic Daily, which is the EU's procurement website for EU member states. So today I will talk about these sources and how we collect this data and how we identify the procurement website that we will collect the data from. I will talk about the key aspects of the procurement data set. So before we collect the data, we want to see whether it is clean enough or whether there is enough information so it's worth collecting. There are many countries where the procurement websites are not so great or not scrapable, or there are some problems with it that makes it not worth or not possible to use or scrape. So I will go into detail about these aspects, and then I will bring some examples from partner countries in this project, some good and some not so good examples of the partner countries' procurement websites, and then I will talk about some usual errors that you can find in the data in our data sets and in other data sets. So even though we try to clean and parse the data sets correctly, there will be always some errors from our sides and from the procurement website side. So it is important that before you use our data sets, you should check for errors. So what is the main objective of collecting this data? Why do we do what we do? Once we have this data set, we are able to measure and evaluate the integrity of countries' procurement systems. So basically, as Bence have shown, a lot of money goes through procurement contracting. So we want to see whether this system works properly and what are the main corruption risks of these systems, so we can inform policymakers and other NGOs about these problems and they can be fixed. So for this, we need several type of data sets. The most important data sets, of course, are the procurement related data sets. So these are the tenders and contracts that we can get from procurement websites. And also we collect bidding company information, so the contractor level information from these data sets and websites. And from the other side, we also need buyer-related information, so some form of information about the contracting authorities. And for some specific projects, we also collect data on political office holders. So this is harder because we focus on public procurement websites mainly, and this kind of information is rarely available there. So for some projects, we actually either work with other partners or collect data from specific websites, but as a big picture, so for several countries, for most of the countries that we have data for, we focus on public procurement, the bidding, and the buyer companies. So as Bence have already mentioned, this whole project started within the DigiVist project funded by the EU, and it basically supports the corruption measurement by organizing and linking these big data sets. So we continue this work. What we do is we collect the unstructured data, we clean it, parse it, and make it available for NGOs and for private researchers. And also it's important to know that if you don't want to use our data sets, but you have other similar data sets, we have a publicly available template that you can fit or parse the information in a way to put it to this structure, which kind of works well. So if you just need some guide how to clean the data that you have, then this structure or scheme can also help you with that. So first, what are the main data types? So as I mentioned, the majority of the data is about public procurement. So this is contract level information. So just to clarify, so buyers buy public tenders through these public procurement websites, but many tenders have more than one contract attached to it. So if you imagine a highway construction, for example, there might be several contracts which are contracted to several winning bidders. One bidder might actually build the road. The other bidder can bring the raw materials, and a third bidder might maintain the road after it has been constructed. So basically, the contract level data set means that for one tender, if you imagine a tabular data set, such as an Excel file, one tender might have more than one rows. And we have tender-specific information, such as the buyer, and we can have contract-specific information, which can be the contract price or the bidder for that given contract. So the first data type that we collect is coming from the call for tenders, the contract notices that are initially uploaded to the procurement website. Within these, you can already see who is the buyer for the tender, what's the procedure type, so whether it's an open procedure, so everybody can bid and compete for contracts, or it's a negotiated procedure type, which means that some bidders can bid, and that maybe there is an invitation for some bidders, but many other potential contractors or suppliers are not able to compete. And the second type of data, what we usually able to collect, is the contract award related data. So once the submission period is over, so the competition is over, everybody who can or wanted to have submitted the bid, we have a winning bidder. So in this part of the tender cycle, we already know who is the winning bidder for the contract. We have a final contract value, and we have some additional information about the date of the signature of the tender, the number of the bidders who have competed for this specific contract. So whether the competition was fierce or it was just one bidder who actually wanted to supply some materials. So this is the majority of our data. So once I will show you the Open Tender website where you can get our data sets. So most of the fields or most of the features that we have in these data sets are related to this type of data. And then we also need company data. So once we know what is the tender about and know who is the winning bidder, we need some information on this bidder, right? So we need to know the name of the company at least, the location, so whether it's in the city center of the capital or whether it's in the countryside. We need some information what the legal form for a given bidder. And in some cases, better procurement websites report information about the winning bidder's size, whether it's an SME, so small or medium-sized company, or it's a large company. But it's not always available. But if we are able, we also collect this information. And then again, financial data is often behind the paywall. So public procurement websites don't really report bidder-specific financial data. But for some projects, we try to collect this because we need to know more about certain bidders or certain markets. And then this is the same for the ownership information. So we have some projects where we try to collect this, but this is not, it's not often available. So we are not able to make it public. So again, the main information we have is the public procurement related information, the bidder specific information, and then from the other side, the contracting authorities, we collect the same kind of data that we collect for bidders, so the name, the location, the activity type, so whether it's a municipality or whether it's a state-owned enterprise or something like something similar. So we need some specific information, at least the registry data. And again, for specific projects, we try to get budget data and data on public officials. So for some project, we need to know who is leading that contracting authority, so we can connect politically connected bidders, for example, to this individual person. So moving on, I would like to show you what are the main aspects of the procurement data that we look before we to collect the data from the website. So again, not all of the procurement systems have good enough information that we can or able or want to collect. Some countries have a poor procurement website that we cannot scrape and cannot collect because I will give a few examples later, but basically we cannot work, for example, with printed PDF files. Those type of documents cannot be processed. So the first one, this scope. This is basically the range of transactions that are available on the procurement website. So how much of the total procurement market we can observe actually, what is the data that is available for the public. The second one is the depth. So the amount of information that is disclosed. So we have some, the scope has, based on the scope, we have some part of the whole procurement market, and the depth shows how much variables we can collect, how much information is on there for those contracts that are available. And then the quality, so even if we have a lot of information available, it is not uploaded by the bidders or the buyers. So we have the fields, but the fields are empty, and then we cannot really use those features for analysis, of course. And then the access. So once we see how this whole procurement website looks like, we have to check whether we actually can collect the data, or whether it is too complex or not structured enough, so that it would be too much computing power, too much manpower to actually get the data from the source. So going into a little bit more detail, so what is this scope about? So the reporting thresholds are national contract value thresholds for mandatory publication of tenders on national or EU-wide portals. So these thresholds basically these are regulations that show how much, what type of contracts or tenders have to be uploaded to the to these websites. So below these thresholds, many of the tenders are not uploaded. So below this value threshold, we cannot see tenders because they are either only uploaded to the buyer website, or they are negotiated without any public procurement. So on the right, you can see a figure. It's quite outdated, but maybe the main points are the same. The European Commission's official threshold is 134,000 euros. So above this threshold, every country must upload the data in the national websites and on the Tender Electronic Daily, TED. And below these thresholds, many countries have a lower value threshold. So you can see that different countries have different value thresholds. So in different countries, you can observe different parts of the market. And actually, Eastern Europe and Western Balkans fares better in this aspect. So our smaller countries have usually lower threshold, which is great because other than that, we can observe a larger part of the whole procurement market. These threshold tenders above these thresholds usually have to obey stricter regulations, such as there is a limit or a minimum length of advertisement period for above threshold tenders. So these are usually cleaner procedures. But then again, there is a limitation of our data, so we cannot observe the riskiest contracts. These are usually smaller value contracts, but still, this is some part of the market is not visible to us, so we have to know that this is a limitation. And the other aspect about these thresholds is that they can mean different things in different countries. So for example, in Turkey, I don't think you can see it, but there is no minimum threshold. So in practice, everything should be uploaded to the procurement website. But in reality, there are exemptions for several public bodies in Turkey. So many of the buyers don't have to upload their tenders, which means that we cannot see any tenders from some buyers in Turkey, which is again a problem. It's a different type of problem, but this is an issue if we want to check the procurement system for Turkey, for example. And this means again that for different countries we have different amount of information. We can observe a different scope of the whole market, the procurement market. so when you do a multi-country analysis, you might want to clarify this, that procurement regulation might differ, so the public procurement data might be different. And moving on to data depths, so Bence have already mentioned this, but there is so we can talk about the tender cycle. I sorted it into 3 separate steps, but it's similar to Bence's explanation. So the first one is the call for tender notice publication. So at this step, you can see on the public procurement website who is the buyer, what is the tender about, what is the estimated price, for example, for this given tender, and of course bidders can start bidding. And once the submission period is over, there is a contract decision phase, and then at the end of the decision phase there is a contract award, and the notice and document contract award notice is uploaded to the public procurement website, and in this document you can already see who is the winning bidder, how much bidders were there for, or how many bidders were there for that given contract. I already mentioned these specific variables that you can collect, but so this is the second step that we want to collect from the procurement website. And third, and this is the most problematic one, is the implementation phase. So at that stage there is already a contract in place, and the supplier began to implement the contract or build the road, for example. And what we can check here is for example, whether any contract modifications, so the price have changed in this stage, which is of course a problem because then in the final contract we cannot see the true value of the contract because there were a change in the contract price. Also here, optimally, we can observe the quality of the road once it has been built. There should be some quality checks, whether it is really a good quality road or whether there is a road or just the contract is there but the road haven't been built. So this is the last stage that we try to get some information on. Unfortunately, the implementation phase is not really covered by most of the public procurement websites. So usually we cannot really check whether there were any changes after the contract award document has been uploaded. And this is of course another limitation. So if there is any other change in this phase, then what we analyze data is not fully the true data that we would like in an optimal scenario analyze. So we have to mention again that this can be a problem. And also the depth of information within each cycle can differ by country. So in some countries, for example, we don't have bidding numbers, so the bidder numbers, so the number of competitors for a given contract, which can be an issue because, as Bence will talk about it, one of the main indicators that we use is single bidding. So basically, whether there were only one bidder or several bidders for a given contract, and that is one of the best red flags or the best corruption risk indicators that we have been using. And yeah, so again, data from country can differ. So the first step you should check once you start to analyze our data set is to check whether the data that you want to use, for example, the number of bidders, is available or not. Usually, if it's not available because the procurement website is not collecting this information. So we need additional work with the procurement authorities in order to make the public procurement system better. And the other issue that can happen is that there is no organizational IDs. So organizational IDs are IDs for the suppliers, so the contractors, and for the buyers or the contracting authorities. So these can be tax IDs or some other national IDs, and these are really important if we want to aggregate the data into a bidder or buyer level. So if we would like to see who are the top bidders in a given period or in a given country or in a given subsector, it is really important to be able to aggregate the data to this level. And actually, it's much harder if we only have the names for the bidders. If we have the IDs, those IDs are unique for a buyer in most of the cases, which is great because then we just have to aggregate. But with the problem with the names is that the names can differ for the same company. So in some cases, for example, a bidder submits a bid with the full name, with the legal form of the company, and in some cases without the legal form. Again, for example, in Hungary, some of the official names for companies have some information about what the given company is doing. So whether it's a construction company or some form of it provides some sort of service, for example, an IT service. So the official name contains these several keywords, but in some cases the bidder uploads the official name when it submits a bid, but in other cases it does not. And then we have a problem, of course, because for the same bidder we sometimes have 5 different names. So the first step in this case is that you have to clean the names, which can be a really messy process, and depending on the country and the situation, you have to remove special characters, the legal form, and other type of information from the name, which can usually lead to errors. So the IDs, I just want to highlight that IDs are really important, but they are often missing from even our data sets because they are not publicly available. So this is one of the key points that should be improved in many countries, actually. Yeah, and finally for the depths, so there is usually we have the minimum data scope that we would like to collect. So if we don't have, I don't know, most of this information or most of the data that you can see on the screen, we do not collect the data. We try to contact the procurement authority to try to collect more information or make available more information for us, because if we don't have some of these more important variables, then we cannot really use it for data analysis and research. So I won't go into detail about this, you can check it, but it would take a lot of time and this might be a little boring, but I already mentioned the buyers, the bidders, and tender-related information that might be important for us. And the dates, so dates are also important because we will show you many of our indicators are using days to calculate periods. The submission period and the award decision periods are 2 main indicators that we use. So we also need some dates about the call for tender publication, the submission for the deadline for the bidders, and the award decision date. These are the main, I think. And then we try to collect data on consortiums, so whether this given contract was performed by several different bidders or just one. And again, we try to collect information on the contract performance, so basically it is about the implementation phase, so were there any price modifications or deadline modifications. So moving on to data quality. So quality is mostly about the share of missing information. So again, if we have a seemingly good procurement website with a lot of data available, but we actually download the data, process the data, and we see that majority of these features and variables have a large missing share that we cannot use, then again this is a problem, because seemingly it's a great procurement website, but there are a lot of missing fields. Then this website or this data is not really adequate. And again, it seems that Eastern European and Western Balkan countries perform a little better in this aspect. It can be due to the fact that procurement websites in these regions are newer, so better quality, and tend to follow EU regulations more. It doesn't mean that the procurement systems are better than for Western European countries, but at least the data that we can collect have less missing information. But the problem is still that even the mandatory fields that are regulated by national regulations, so even from these fields, 15% of the data on average in EU countries are missing. So this means, for example, that in some countries we don't have bidder IDs, as I mentioned, we don't have location information for bidders, or we don't have information on the number of bidders for a given contract. So these are essential information for us, and even though they should be available, they are not. And this is again a data quality issue. And finally, accessibility. So again, what we do on the right, you can see it's the Hungarian procurement website. It's a tender, the screenshot of a tender. It doesn't really matter what's there, but what you can see maybe is that it's an HTML site. It's somehow structured, so the fields for different tenders are in the same place. But from this hardly usable data, what we would like to create is a structured and tabular data set that researchers and NGOs can use, and what is clean, which has been validated, and so on and so forth. So what the output is the figure on the lower side of the slide. So here you can see an example of the CSV export that we have for Hungary. We actually also put data in JSON files. If you don't know what are these, it doesn't really matter, but the JSONs can hold information more optimally. So more information can be stored in a smaller place. So some fields are only contained in the JSON files, such as the description for contracts. So descriptions are long texts, so we don't have this on the CSVs. So if you would like to use textual data for some more complex analysis, you should use the JSONs. So what we do is first the prerequisite is that the website has to be machine readable again. So we have to be able to automate the process of downloading and cleaning and parsing the data, because manually it's not really feasible. So for some countries we have millions of contracts, so we really need some automatization in order to process these large data sets. The second step is that we scrape the data. Either we use, with the help of IT partners, we use Java codes or Python or R or some mix of these to collect the data sets. Then we create a JSON data sets from the raw data. So once we have all the data, we put it into an initial data structure, and then we parse it, clean it, and put it into the digivis data structure that I have already mentioned. So for each country, we have the data in the same structure. So when you download our data sets, you will have the same data structure for each country. And then it's really important that we test these data sets. Actually, each year, at least once, we download the new data for most of the countries that we collect data for. And when we download the new data, we also check the quality of the older data. We always find some errors. So the older data sets actually are usually better quality, because we try to improve on them each year. And finally, we use the data again for data analysis, and we create the indicators that will Bence talk about, and these indicators are also available in the data sets that you can download. So just going into machine readability a little bit more. So most of the countries do not have structured data on the procurement website, but what structured format means that the whole data set can be downloaded via an API or a bulk download option. I really didn't encounter any countries where we can do this. What we usually have to do is that we have a semi-structured data set. So we have an HTML site, or in the backend we have a JSON data set that we can scrape. So this is the most usual case. And then we can download, we can scrape it and clean it. And this is one of the main added value by GTI, that we actually create the codes and download this semi-structured data from the procurement website, which is not really feasible for individual researchers or other NGOs with less experience in this field. And then the third option is that the data is not fully machine readable. This means that we have some information, for example, in HTML format, but some of the information uploaded in specific documents, scanned PDFs or Word documents. And if these documents are not structured, so we have a PDF that is not scanned, but there are 50 different templates for the document, then again we cannot really collect this information because it would take a lot of time. So this is what not fully machine readable means. We have some data sets from countries with this problem, so we could get most of the data, but some information is missing because of no machine readability. And of course, the worst case scenario is that there is no public database. Again, then we cannot really do anything, just maybe contact the procurement authority to maybe please give us some data or make a better procurement system. So as you can see, most of the countries have semi-machine readable data, and a few countries actually have structured data in the website, and others have no data sets. Actually, it's getting better and better, so more and more countries have better procurement websites as so for some countries we have new procurement websites, some older websites are getting updated, so we have a good trend in this aspect, but still there is a long way to go. So there are many countries and procurement websites that are not really sufficient. So it's either they are public, but the data there is not really good. And finally, I mentioned that we use National Procurement website as the primary source, and we also use TED as a secondary source. And in some cases, we use other sources such as the public organization registry and budget data. We connect the data with the procurement data that we have. And then we have the opentender.eu that I will show later. So this is a website where we upload the raw data sets, or the cleaned but raw data sets. And also you can use the website to do some lightweight analysis. I will show you that we have some metrics and useful statistics and visualization there that you can use if you just start going into this data analytical process. So at this point, if you have any questions, please feel free to ask. I know it's a little bit heavy and less exciting, but maybe now you can understand more what type of data that you can use from the website that I will show you. Okay, so if you don't have any questions, then I will move on. But still, if you have anything, you can just raise your hands at any time. I will continue. We are getting in the last part of the presentation, so it's not. You can go to have a break soon. I just want to show you first a few examples from a better procurement website that we have actually used and collect information from. So we have a recent report where we try to analyze the procurement websites for some Western EU and Western Balkan and Eastern EU countries. And I will use a few examples from that to show you what a good procurement website and what a not so great procurement website looks like. So a good example is North Macedonia. Actually, I helped with the data collection for this country, and we do not have the data uploaded to Open Tender yet, but we will soon. So it has a longest running procurement website in the region. And the great feature of this website is that in order to submit a new contract notice or a new bid for a given contract notice, buyers and bidders have to submit a structured tender documentation with specific informations that are required. So without these required fields, bidders and buyers cannot upload the document, which is great, of course, because it ensures that the quality of data that is uploaded is good enough. Again, the other good aspect is that the publications include information in all phases of the tendering cycle. So we have some information in the implementation phase or contract modification phase. It's harder to collect, actually, so there should be some improvement in that. But still, the information is there, which is a great start. And the most important feature, I think, of this data set is that the quality of the information that is there is very high. So there is a low missing rate, which is the problem in many of the countries that, again, the procurement website is seemingly good, but once you download the data and check the availability of information, it's lacking, so it's not so great. But there are some problems there. So, for example, the organizational IDs are missing for many of the tenders and contracts, and I have mentioned that this is a problem. And I think there is some bulk download or API option for the data from the website, but it's there, but it's more of a mimic, because you can download like 15 or 10 variables, while we usually collect, I don't know, at least 40 different fields or variable types. So, but you can download with this, the bulk download option is just a really small portion of the data available on the website. The second good example is Serbia, and this is a special case because Serbia actually had a different website until 2019, and we tried to collect information from that, and it wasn't so great. It had a lot of information, actually, as far as I understand, but there were a lot of steps to access this information, so at one point it wasn't really feasible. And there were some tables that could be easily scraped, but again, the problem with these tables that it didn't have many of the information that is actually available on the website. But Serbia has a new website since 2020, and actually we are in the process of annotating and scraping that website, which is much better. So the best quality, I think, of the website is that usually what we have is that we have separate contract awards and call for tenders or contract notices, and we have to connect these different documents published at different times. So we need some form of ID with which we can connect the contract awards and call for tenders to each other. But in Serbia, what we have that each tender has its own tender URL or website. So within this website, you have all the documents that have been already uploaded about this tender. And at each time when there is a new contract award, for example, or a contract modification, the information is getting uploaded to the same tender website for each tender. So we don't have to bother connecting the contract awards with contract notices. We just have to look at this one website and we can see everything, which is really good in my opinion. Again, organization IDs here are available, which is a huge plus. And then there is some bulk download option, but this is again not really usable because we can only download a few features about the tenders. So one of the points of improvement is that this could be better. The problem is again that we now have to scrape where everybody who wants to look at procurement data have to look at two websites, one for 2019 and before, and one for 2020 and after. So it would be the best to upload everything to the newer website. And sorry, one more good thing about this is that again, a missing rate of the information is pretty low. And I have two not so great examples. One is Bosnia and Herzegovina. Actually, we don't collect the data from that procurement website currently because there are some available information on the HTML in an HTML format, but many other information is only available in uploaded documents, which are some of the information is structured in these data sets, but some is not really. And there are different type of documents, many different type of documents, which is another issue. But the largest problem is that many of the important fields have a high missing rate. So even though we should have information, the information is not there. Even if we would collect the data, we couldn't really use it for many analyses. And similarly, Montenegro has similar problems. So I won't go into details, but basically most of the information is uploaded in scanned documents and different structured documents, which makes it close to impossible to collect data from that. So just 3 more slides. One is, so I will just briefly want to mention the common errors. So this is important because once you have our data and you want to use our data sets, there are some errors that you should check you should check the data set before using it. Again, we validate the data and then update it yearly, but still there could be some mistakes. Not all of these errors are specific to our data set, so it's more of a holistic view, but there are some that can come up. The first one is missing attributes, so it's not necessarily an error, but if you have a high missing rate for a given column that you would like to use, for example, the number of bidders, so if it has a really high missing rate, you might want to check some of the procurements where it is missing and check the original source, for which the link is there. And if you check the source and it's there, then maybe report it to us. But it's the most important fields we usually check, so it should not really be a problem. The second one is called lexical error. The value is provided but not consistent with the column name. This really not usually happens in our case, but if you have country ID instead of the currency ID, of course you cannot use it. Irregularity error. So the unit of measurement differs from the observation. So this can be an issue if you have different currencies, for example. So many smaller countries have a lot of contracts denominated in euros and many in national currencies. So this can be an issue if we have a currency variable usually, But if you see that this number is so small, maybe it's not in the national currency, but it's in euro. So there could be an issue there when we process the data, but the currency, for example, is missing. There is some cases when on a website there is no currency. So there should be some additional checks whether this is in euro or the national currency. Formatting error. So actually, this is important because we have, in some cases, we have issues with that. Is that some software, statistical software such as R, are not really, basically cannot read different type of data within one column. So if you have a date column, some is time format and some is string format, maybe R cannot handle it. So you have to specify the enumeration of the data field. So you should check if you have a high missing rate or some strange special characters instead of actual values. You should, most of the programming languages have other packages and options to change the enumeration of the data. And this is usually fixing the error. Yeah, the application error is not really a problem, I think, in our data sets, but this basically means that we have, for example, the same contract twice in the data. So we have lot and tender specific IDs, so we have a lot ID variable actually. And if we do not have losing bids, so for some countries we have losing bids, and then a contract can have more than one row. But if you drop the losing bids, for example, then there should not be a duplicate lot ID. So basically, you should check this. Yeah, the contradiction error is two columns measuring the same thing or close to the same thing, but have really different values. Again, it's not really a problem in our data sets, but outliers are important again. So you really should check once you start using our dataset, the first or second step should be that check the distribution of numerical fields, especially price fields. And if you have really huge outliers, you should check them manually. Usually there are one or two, and usually there are framework agreements which have larger values. But there can be errors because decimal points are missing, for example, in the website. And this can really derail the analysis. So if you look at, for example, a subsector such as healthcare, and within healthcare COVID-related goods, then this can bias the results if you have like 5 really huge value tenders which are really not there, just there are some errors. And here is an example of, actually it is a lexical error I could find. Here what you can see is that it doesn't really matter what the figure represents, but what you can see this is some sort of price distribution, and it has 2 peaks. And it's strange because we would like to see some like smooth, either like a log formed price has a normal distribution or some skewed if it's not log. But the 2 prices are varying, and the problem here is actually that some of the contracts include the VAT and some are not. So that's why you have 2 peaks basically. Some of the contracts have artificially higher values. So in this case, you should fix it by removing the VAT from those where it's a problem. And the final slide is some data wrangling good practice. So you might know more about this than me, but if you just start to do research, data analytical research, it is really important to explore the data before deeper analysis. As I showed you, please check our data sets. Only use columns that are sufficiently clean, which means that there are not much information missing. As a rule of thumb, you shouldn't use information where more than 15% of the data is missing, but for procurement data, it's not so clean. So if you have some variables that you really want to use and have more information missing, I think you can use it just if you have some report about the results, just mention it. Cross-check, sanity check every result. If there is some really strange result or too good to be true, check again. And I think it's really important, and I learned it in the last few years, that qualitative research is really important also. So if you have data-based results, you still should go out and check and reports by NGOs, international organizations, or journals, whether the data contradicts their results. Maybe it's really the case, and that's great because you have some more information in the subject. But usually you should see some similar picture. So always support your analysis with qualitative research also. And finally, the procurement data is always just an approximation of reality. This means again that we have threshold limitation, we have missing data, we could have some errors. So always remember that your results will be a little bit at least biased always. What we can say is that our data sets are clean enough and the data is clean that if you have a robust result, it will show. So if you have a small result, which is little significant, with a little significance, it might be derailed by some limitations of the data. But if you have strong results, it will show. And thank you. And if you have questions now, please say so. Otherwise, I think we are done and we can have a break. Yeah, and in the next session we will talk more about the data, and I will show you the Open Tender website, hopefully, so you can have more empirical knowledge about our work. Okay, thanks.
Okay, so welcome back, everyone. So in this session, I will talk about measuring corruption risk, and I will go through concrete indicators. Basically, there will be just two sections of this short session. First, I will talk more kind of theoretically about an approach to indicator building, that how we should think about fine-tuning our indicators, whatever we want to measure. And then I will give concrete examples of corruption risk indicators that we calculate and how we validate them and how we put them together into a composite indicator. This music is just amazing. Okay, so this is okay. So first of all, the question that we might ask from ourselves is why do we need indicators in the first place, right? And so basically the simple answer is that we need indicators for measuring something that is not directly observable, right? And there are plenty of things like that around the world, and corruption and, for example, good governance are one of those. So this is a problem that we cannot observe, and that's why we have to have a good kind of framework to build something that measures these phenomena indirectly. So in this first hypothetical example, I just want to talk through some kind of statistics kind of thingy that help us understand how should we always approach an indicator building exercise. So let's consider, it will be a procurement example, but let's consider that we want to distinguish between clean and corrupt contracts. For further investigation, we want to be able to distinguish them. And so we have a large amount of contracts, and we draw a random sample. That's what we could do as a first step. We draw a random sample of, let's say, 20 contracts, and let's assume that we are excellent qualitative researchers, and we can, without any error, can distinguish the one corrupt contract out of those 20 contracts that we research in depth to determine where is a corruption risk going on. But so even though we can perfectly identify that one problematic contract, what we actually spend our time on is checking 95% of the contracts, so 19 contracts in this case, that are clean. So this is not a very efficient approach to finding the contracts. And the more significant problem is, of course, that we don't have, and for the sake of the example, we don't have like just 20 contracts, but we draw those 20 contracts out of a total universe of 400. That is more kind of realistic if you think about any kind of sector in a mid-sized country, let's say. And so basically, in reality, what you just did by randomly drawing those 20 contracts to scrutinize more in depth, you only found 5% of the problematic or corrupt contracts, assuming that, let's assume that there are like 20 corrupt contracts in reality that are highlighted with red. So basically, this is not a very useful approach to find problematic cases. So what you could do instead, right, is that to come up with some sort of risk indicators that would flag, that are in yellow now, highlighted in yellow now, that would flag high-risk contracts, right? But the problem with this kind of indicator approach that we often face is that we find some sort of red flags on contracts, but sometimes they flag contracts that are actually okay. So that's why we don't only have these yellow flags on corrupt contracts, but more than that. But still, if you actually rely on analyzing those contracts that are highlighted with some sort of risk, your hit rate would increase. So just think about it, that like initially our hit rate of corrupt contracts was 5%, but if we would redefine the group of contracts that we want to scrutinize in more depth to those that are not randomly drawn, but drawn by using our indicator, then the hit rate would be much higher, let's say 50%. This is not accurate, it's just like sort of. So even with an imperfect indicator, we get a much better result if our goal is to find the truly corrupt contracts. So while our initial effort with the random 20 contracts was 95% unnecessary, or like kind of wasting time on clean contracts, here we only are wasting 50% of our effort. And basically this is the kind of key question of any sort of indicator building. So a reliable or valid indicator will sort of minimize the difference between the truly kind of red corrupt cases that we want to measure and the yellow cases that we just have as an indication. And of course it could be the other way around, right? So we could also under measure, so under indicate where corruption is happening. So this is just an example of a not very well designed indicator, right? Here we have a bunch of red flags on contracts that are clean in our example, and this would be a more well designed indicator. And kind of the art of indicator building is to come up with the risk indicators that overlap with reality the most. And once we trust in this indicator, then we can use it for all sorts of other purposes as well. So for example, let's say that we are looking at 2 sectors of data, and if we trust these, then we can distinguish what is the high-risk sector that would require more scrutiny and what are the low-risk sectors that seemingly work okay. Okay, so this is just like a step 0 to kind of have a proper mindset for thinking about, okay, when can we think that an indicator is kind of well calibrated? Okay, so moving on to examples of corruption risk indicators. So first, this is just a reminder. So this is the kind of definition. This is the phenomena that we want to capture. And just a quick reminder that I really do not want to delve into the details of how corruption, collusion, rule adherence differs, but again, it's just important that like we do not want to capture not following the rules for some reason, because maybe rules are not followed, but it's not really about corruption. We don't want to mix corruption with collusion. By collusion, I mean cartels. So these are both anti-competitive practices, but and sometimes the signs of them, their sign is overlapping, but still these are conceptually very different. One includes some sort of collaboration between buyers and bidders. The other is strictly about bidders. Okay, and so basically our framework on measuring corruption risk in public contracting is considers these 4 key dimensions of a public contract. So for each corrupt contract to go through, there are 4 dimensions. You have to have a contracting body that organizes the tender and then manages the contract. You have a supplier, that is the corrupt company that will eventually implement the job and also takes care of rearranging the extra rent from corruption. Then there is a contract in between them, or like the whole kind of tendering procedure. This is mostly what we have data on, that is kind of relatively easy to measure. And then, of course, each corrupt deal is actually a contract, right? But just an informal contract. But unfortunately, they don't have a court to enforce that. So basically, the enforcement mechanism is between a contracting body and the supplier is the political tie, some sort of political tie or particularistic tie. And our idea is that actually all of these 4 dimensions can be measured, and we can tie some of these aspects or some of these measurable dimensions to corruption risks. So for contracts, it's what we discussed already, like having non-open procedures, having extremely short advertisement period. For suppliers, being registered in a tax haven country, or being registered like 2 weeks before winning a contract award. So these are all quite tangible red flags. The particularistic tie, that's again, if we have a company that have sometimes with a politically exposed person, then that can be a red flag then. And okay, and I don't want to go over all of these, just maybe a couple of important points about like what are some of the kind of desired features of the indicators we want to come up with is that these are objective in a sense that they are not like capturing like opinions or like some sort of perceptions. That's why we rely on administrative data. And they are de facto in a sense that, again, this is about like rule adherence versus actual behavior. So we don't care about whether a certain rule was breached or not, but they are interested in the actual behavior of how, bureaucratic decisions were made during a tendering process. Okay. Okay, so then let's go through some of the indicators that we work with. So what Patty already mentioned, single bidding, so is one of the most baseline indicator. This is really widely used by the European Commission as well. And what you see here is the regional averages of the share of single bidder contracts based on TED data. So TED data being those tenders that are above the EU threshold. So these are high value tenders. And there are two interesting things to see here, I think. Well, one is not very interesting, but something that we would expect anyway, I think, which is that most East European countries or East European regions and some of the Mediterranean regions have the highest share of single bidder contracts. But the other is that there is quite significant regional variation, right? So we can see that some Spanish regions are more comparable to some of the UK or Scandinavian regions in terms of the share of single bidder contracts, whereas other regions are more like a very high share of single bidding East European region. And on the other hand, there are some Romanian regions, for example, that are much more similar to some English regions. And even this very simple graph, what tells you, so for example, if you look at Poland, basically what it shows is that more than 40% of the contracts awarded in almost all of the Polish regions were awarded without any competition. So this kind of means that a very tangible percent of the Polish GDP was spent, or a very tangible percent of overall government expenditure in Poland was spent without competition. Yes?
Can I?
Yeah?
I would like to just ask you a question. When you usually when you are saying about when you say about the percentage, we are telling about the percentage of the contracts that are having this or that. And when you were giving this before the period for submission, you were also telling the percentage of the contract. But when we give some data, usually we don't have this data. What is the is it the 40% of the value of the overall of the summary of the public value of the public procurement in one country, because it can mean when you're telling 40% of the contract, it's not. We can say it's 40% of the value of the public procurement value in one country. In Croatia, for example, I think 20 billions from 40 billions. It's, I don't know, 3 billions. We can tell what is the value of general value of the public procurement, and then can we then say, if you tell that 40% of the contracts are given to one bidder, is it 40% of the value of the summary of the value of the public procurement, or because it can vary? You can have contract that is given in open procedure above I don't know. It's in Croatia. It's above 33,000 euros. So you can have, I don't know, 5 contracts that are 150,000 euros, but you can have contracts also that are a couple of millions of euros. So
very important point. So here this is only number of contracts on this slide. So you're right. It might be that only the very close to threshold small value contracts are the ones driving this, and most probably you are right. So this is a like overestimation. So it cannot be, okay, so let me rephrase, it's 40% of contracts in terms of contract number. In contract value, it's most probably less, but it's still like, I think at least it's a very high share, and especially high share compared to, I don't know, Germany. So if you look at the graph, it just says that you go 10 kilometers away on the border, and the single bidding share drops to, I don't know, 10% of what you experience. But yeah, it's a very important point that.
It's just interesting to see what is the relation of this number of value of the contract comparing to the value of general value of the public in one country.
Yeah, yeah. I don't have a graph on that specifically, but yeah, it's completely doable to, like, the data is there to weight it back by the contract value as you suggest. So thank you. Okay, and so just a couple of, or two more slides just to see whether this single bidding indicator makes sense, and how does it make sense, or how can we go about to validate it in a sense that we believe that this captures an underlying corrupt phenomenon. And so there are two slides on that. The first one shows like a very simple comparison. On the horizontal axis, we have the World Bank's control of corruption indicator. So this is a perception-based indicator. And on the vertical axis, you have the share of single bidding for each country. And you can see that indeed there is a strong correlation between the two. If you have, but not super close, but quite clear. So if you have higher control of corruption in a country, then the share of single bidding is lower. So this is kind of an external, like macro level sort of validation for it. And the other is a more micro level. So this is just digging deeper into the contract level data. So what you see here is the price savings that the tendering processes achieve according to the number of bids received. So basically what you see on the first bar, is that the contracts that received only one bid, on average, are awarded on average on a 10% lower final price than the initial estimation. Okay, so we have an initial estimation for most of the contracts, and we see what is the price saving with the final bid. But if we have two contracts, then the average price saving increases to 16%. If we have 3, 4, it's 19%, 5, 7, 22%. So basically this is just to show that, of course, it measures multiple things at once, right? So there might be markets where there is just not enough competition, and we are just measuring something like that. But we also think that some of this single bidding is not due to simply lack of enough companies, but some favoritism that is going on. Okay, and so this is just to refer back to the indicator bidding logic. So we are aware that single bidding can overestimate risk. It can produce false positives. So sometimes single bidding doesn't mean much or anything about corruption risks. Not enough companies, or if the government spending increases, so there is a demand shock, then companies cannot submit enough bids because they just don't lack the capacity to participate on certain tenders. But on the other hand, so other potential elementary indicators such as political connections, they are we are underestimating the risks based on them, right? Because we expect to have information on less politically connected companies than what is out there in reality. So what we do to tackle this kind of over and underestimations is to combine these indicators together so that one contract, the risk of one contract is actually kind of triangulated by multiple indicators at once that capture different types of corruption risks at the same time. And so just to refer back to, so I will give you a couple of examples how we go about validating these indicators. So this is just to go back to the initial previous example that I showed you. So what do we think as a high risk advertisement period length, right? So we basically split up the contracts according to the number of days the contracts were advertised, and we looked at how these days brackets sort of are related to the probability of single bidding. We took as a reference category those contracts that have more than 48 days of advertisement period. We just accept that that's like, okay, this has to be sufficient. And if you compare those contracts to the ones that have an advertisement period between 30 and 48 days, then the increased likelihood of single bidding is 6%. And if we go further and look at those contracts that have less than 30 days of advertisement period, then the increased likelihood of single bidding is 14%. And of course, so this is coming from a more complicated regression model, so we control for a range of factors. I'm not sure whether you have any experience with regression analysis. The main thing is that we are basically just calculating conditional averages, and we try to filter out some of the effects that are related to product market or region or things like that. If you're interested in more in this kind of background methodology, I'm happy to explain it further in the break, but let's not go into that. And then last but not least, we have another category of contracts that are missing the call for tender entirely. And of course, there are procedure types, such as negotiated procedure types without a call for tender publication, that are legitimately missing these call for tenders. But we also find several tenders in the data that, in theory, should have a call for tender, but we just cannot identify them. So probably there is some kind of breach in the tendering process. And for those tenders that are missing this, the increased likelihood of single bidding is even higher, so extra 19%. So basically what we can track down here is that single bidding is indeed related to this other risk factor that we know is risky, and it's a quite significant relationship between the two. Just to give another example about procedure types. So what you see here is on the vertical axis, the predicted likelihood of single bidding. And on the horizontal axis, we have different types of procedure types. This is based on Latvian contracts. And what you see here is that the open procedures have the lowest share of single bidding. It's less than 10%. It's in the middle. I hope you can read it. And we see that, I don't know, for example, restricted procedure is somewhat higher, but like not insanely higher. It's just like 10%. But there are a couple of types, such as the negotiated with publication or simple negotiated procedures. So we have these separate categories because on the source, this is how they publish this data. And the predicted likelihood of single bidding is very significantly higher. So basically there are procedure types that kind of by design mean that there won't be any competition taking place on those tenders. Another example that we haven't really discussed yet is the decision period length. So what very often happens, or well, I don't know how often, but what can happen, and then there are like case studies explaining such cases, is that once there is a company, a favorite company, during the process, then instead of having a thorough kind of evaluation of bids, what we see is that there is a very quick decision period. And this is exactly what we see here. So if the decision period is very quick, so less than 36 days, then the predicted likelihood of single bidding is 25% instead of, I don't know, 15 or 10 for longer decision period length. Sorry, the title of this is not correct. This is about the length of eligibility criteria. So, not decision period length. So what we do here is something that we discussed in the earlier session, that the eligibility criteria can be specific enough so that companies are excluded. And of course, probably there are very sophisticated text mining techniques to identify like what sort of text should be there in the eligibility criteria that is specific enough to be exclusionary. But also sometimes the eligibility criteria is extremely short, and that's why it is vague. So basically what we see here is that, so we didn't do that sort of like super sophisticated text analysis. We were just looking at how long the eligibility criteria description is in a tender. And we can calculate, again, the likelihood of single bidding depending on how long, how elaborate the length of the eligibility criteria was. And what you see here is that we basically just split the criteria length into 25 equal categories. So each kind of dot or like sign, spike represents equal amount of tenders, right? And what it shows that the extremely short eligibility criteria tenders have a much higher likelihood of single bidder contracts. Okay, so these were just like a couple of examples of how we can go about validating some of the indicators. So sorry, just to finish this off properly. So and then what's the conclusion here from the indicator bidding perspective is that we can flag all the contracts that have an extremely short eligibility criteria, right? And then we have another supporting indicator besides single bidding. Okay, and then once we have a good number of elementary indicators such as single bidding or a non-open procedure type based indicator or eligibility criteria, submission period, we can put them all together into a composite score. And so basically there are like three types of indicators here. The first two are sort of the outcomes of a corrupt contracting process, which we would expect to happen, which is higher likelihood of single bidding and the higher winner's contract share. Higher winner's contract share meaning that like one company has a high share of income from one buyer or the other way around. And indicators between 3 and 11 are describing features of the tendering process that can be risky. And then of course, after the contract is signed, the contract can be modified or the contract value can be inflated later on. Those are points 12, 13. These are often features of the contracting implementation that we don't have good data on, but yeah, nevertheless, these are in theory measurable dimensions. And then we can fine-tune our indicators. So for example, advertisement period length. So if you think about it, like, so we have this sort of evidence that there is something going on between the length of the advertisement period and the likelihood of single bidding. But we can be a bit more sophisticated than just saying that, okay, anything that is less than 48 days is high risk, because actually the 30 or 48 days is kind of moderately high risk, whereas the missing call for tender or less than 30 days are indeed the high risk contract. So when we define these kind of cutoff points for a specific indicator, such as the first one, this is the advertisement period length, we can qualify this indicator rather into three categories, that is no risk, moderately high risk, or extreme high risk, let's say. Okay? And this is really depends on how specific you want to be in terms of following what the data is telling you. And then once we have all these individual indicators, we can just put them together into an average with whatever weights you want to put them together. We usually just simply take the average, but we could weight them according to their relationship to single bidding or their relationship to prices. And then what it shows here is basically an upgraded figure of the previous one that I showed you. So the previous one just the relationship between single bidding and the control of corruption indicator. And here we don't have single bidding, but this average indicator of this composite, of these composite scores that can be calculated for all countries. And what you see here, not sure you remember, but this one has a stronger correlation already. So it kind of implies that we are capturing corruption risks somewhat better. Of course, if we accept that the World Bank's indicator is kind of a accurate or somewhat accurate representation of the true risks. Okay, so just a couple of takeaways quickly. So we really need to have a clear definition what we want to measure, and that's what really defines or sets out what kind of indicators we can be interested in. Creating red flags. So this is really important to understand what are the indicators that are underestimating and what are the indicators that are overestimating certain risks, and how to go about that by triangulating and cross-validating indicators against each other. Yeah. Okay, so I stop here, and then now Patty will show you one of our websites, opentender.eu, where you can actually look at the data, European data that we collected so far.
Yeah. Yeah, you can see it. Okay. So the website tends to be slow or not loading if the Wi-Fi connection is not great. So I might switch to screenshots. Yeah, it's not loaded actually. So okay, now it's better. Yeah. So so many of you have seen this website, so I will not take much of your time. But I still want to show for those of you who haven't seen it, who are not partners in this project. So the site is opentender.eu. So if you would like to visit it after the session is over, you might want to write it down or contact us if you forget it. So what this website does is that we try to show a few examples how you can analyze the data that we collect, or if you just use the data for quick analysis, you can use the tools and figures built into the website, which are readily available. So in the first site, you can see that we have 33 countries uploaded here. We have additional countries, data for additional countries that we not yet updated or uploaded, but we are in the process of actually updating the website, so we will have a better website soon, I think. So here you can see the countries that we have available data for. I will try to show example through Croatia. So I just clicked on the name of the country, and when you do that, a new website will load, and URL will load, and this is the the main country specific procurement website. And here first you can see the number of tenders for each year, for what we have data for. You can already see that for 2009 and 11 we have some data, but it's not too much. So if you use our data sets, you don't want to use those years because we really don't have data, just a few contracts. Yeah, and moving on, I will navigate here, but in the bottom of the page you can reach similar websites or URLs. First I go to the dashboard. So this is the main market analysis. Is still not about indicators, it's more how the procurement system looks like in a given country. First you can filter by years, so you might want to move to 2011 and above. And in the first figure you can see this sectoral overview, so you can actually see the contract value and volume for the different subsectors. You can see here, for example, for Croatia, the biggest procurement sector is construction and construction work, and the second biggest one is the medical equipment. So most of the procurement goes into this. And you can, I will talk about this later, but you can see here, again, distribution of tenders, the main procurement types for the whole procurement system. So you can see that most of the procurements are actually open, but there are still not negligible part that is negotiated. So these are, we can say that these might be riskier. And then you can see the main suppliers and main buyers within the whole sector. What you can also do, so these figures are interactive, so what you can do is click on one, yeah, I hope it will load. But what happens if you click on one of the subsectors, that this will filter the data for that given sector. So you might be able to check within that subsector what are the main who are the main buyers, who are the main bidders, and so on and so forth. It might not happen. Yeah, but it did load. So yeah, you can see within the construction work. There are smaller sectors, again smaller. This is filtering is done through CPV codes, by the way. So you can see within construction what are the main procurements or contracts are about. So this works for complete or part construction and civil engineering work. So this is the main. And you can see here the distribution over time for that specific, so for the construction market. And so everything is filtered now. And in the bottom you can see the tenders for this construction work sector, and you can actually download the data just for this sector. And I will go into detail about the tenders. You can check individual tenders, I will show you soon. But moving on, how will you go home? Yeah, sorry, it's here. Yeah, so actually we calculate some other indicators other than integrity indicators. I will not go into detail about this because they have less empirical research behind them, and most of the indicators have a high missing rate. But still, if you would like to check them, you feel free to do so. What I will show you is the integrity indicator website. So here, for Croatia, again, for the whole Croatian procurement market, you can see the average integrity score, which meant to just show you that this is an average of individual red flags or integrity indicators. You can see that from 100, the Croatian market has a 78.8 score, and you can check again individual indicators that we could calculate for Croatia. you can see that the length of the advertisement and decision periods have a high integrity. So based on the threshold that Bence explained, most of the sector falls into the good integrity. Most of the tenders have good or high integrity, but again, single bidding is an issue in most of Eastern Europe, and here you can see that this is an issue also in Croatia. And you can also, again, yearly distribution, you can check a yearly distribution, and you can check the biggest, so the sum of the largest subsectors, the integrity of the largest subsectors. And then you can use this score range filter to filter the data to a specific score range, so based on the integrity indicator. So here now it's filtered to between 0 and 50, so the riskier, you can see the riskier part of the Croatian procurement market. Again, it shows, this figure shows how the average percent of the tenders with this 0 to 50 percent integrity indicator in a yearly manner. And again, you can check it by sector, and you can check the main suppliers within this score range. So these are basically the riskier buyers and bidders. For example, INA. So it's not surprising that a big oligopoly company is risky. Yeah, but you can also do this for buyers. And yeah, we have a same tender search here, which I will go into detail next. But I will use this search option. So if you go to this search, you can do basically free search for buyers, bidders, or specific tenders. So first, tenders. You can filter by buyer name. So if I won't write anything there because the website is slow here. So what you can do is find a specific buyer name or ID or something and filter for tenders for that specific buyer. And you can again download the data just for a buyer or just for a few buyers. You can use the score range, and you can also put additional filters. So you can use, for example, location-based filters if you just want to see the capital. Yeah, so this way you can filter the data, and it can be important for some countries. We have really huge data sets. Romania, for example, have a lot of small contracts, and we have a large data set for that. So if your computer is not good enough, or you just you want to pre-filter the data, you can use this search. And again, also, if you just want to check for an article or something, a small report, you don't have to download the data. You can just check the numbers here. And if I move to company, so here you can see the bidder companies, all bidder companies for the procurement market. Again, you can search based on different, actually it's not so many options here, but you can search for based on location and based on name. I will go, I don't know, I will open one. Yeah, so yeah, it's not a bad example. It has more than one tenders. So if you go to this buyer, or sorry, this was the contracting authority. No, this was the bidder specific information. So this is a bidder page, and here you can see this bidder had in 2017 it had one winning contract or tender or contract actually. In 2018 it had 7, and in 2019 it had 1, and all in the construction market. So basically here you can also check if you have a suspicious company, you know that, for example, it's a politically connected company, then you can check whether if there is a regime change. For example, did the number of tenders that it had won change significantly? So was the political connection helping to that firm to win tenders or not? And you can also check the main buyers. Again, if you want to see the local connections, For example, if there is a huge municipality buyer for a given bidder, maybe all of the tenders are by that, all of the contracts coming from the same buyer, then it can be suspicious. And here, I again filter for the integrity indicator. You can compare the integrity of this given bidder to the total market. You can limit to sector. That was a mistake. No, okay. So you can see within the same sector that are the contracts, so within the construction work market, you can see that in 2017 that one contract, so it's not really interesting, but it was lower integrity than the average. But in 2018 it was almost the same when it won almost all of its contracts. So moving back, you can do the same for the contracting authority. So you can search for contracting authority, you can go to the website or the buyer site, you can check the name or the location, yes, and the same main suppliers, the region, again the integrity of its tenders, and you can download the tenders. And I will go back because I want to show you one more thing. I'm not sure I will find a good company. Yeah, I might not be able to, but sometimes we have different names for the company, and when we can find it by a bidder ID or some other after some other bidder name cleaning, you might see options with similar names here. It's hard to find one example, but basically then here there are like options that you click, and you can then combine the tenders for the similar named bidders and check them. So if you know that, okay, this is the same company, it just has a legal form in the name for some contracts that it won, and for some others you don't, you can use both names to filter for that company. Yeah, and going back to tenders just a bit, so you can go to the tender link, and it also shows you, this is the integrity indicator, so the average integrity of this tender was 84, so it's pretty good. You can see that single bidding contract, it had more than one contract, so it's not here, so the contract specific indicators can have like average values, not just 0, 100, but the procedure type, for example, it's either 0 or 50 or 100, because one tender can have one procedure type. So you can see how this specific tender compares to the other tenders, and you can also limit for sector and region. And down here you can see almost every information that you can see on the procurement website. So we somewhere, I think we actually have the URL. I won't follow the link, but you can actually go to the source. So if you want to check whether these informations are correct, or you just want to check whether there is some additional information that is not there, you can go to the source. Yeah, so this tool is good also for just to check a company, check a region, or filter the data before downloading. And finally, the download option is what you would like to use if you would like to do a more complex analysis. Again, we have CSV, it basically Excels, it can be exported as Excels for each country, and we have JSON files, which again, JSONs can hold layered information. So for buyers, we have, within a buyer, we can have information about the location, about the name, about, I don't know, the IDs, and this JSON's data structure it's widely used because it's human readable, but still can hold more complex and more complex information, and requires less disk space. So if you need more information about the contract, about the procurement market, you might want to use the JSON. And yeah, I think that's it. So these are the main features of the website. One more thing, that we currently have data up to 2020, but actually we have also data for 2021, but it's not uploaded here. So if you would like to work with us, then we have newer data set, but we upload it slower because it takes time to upload it here. We are updating the website, so this is the other reason for a little delay. But again, we have several years of information for most of the countries. So if you have any questions now about this, please feel free to ask, and if you have later, then just write to us and we can answer. Okay, if you don't have, then Bence will come back and talk about some project we had, and yeah, that's the last part. Okay, we can close this.
Okay, so I will really just quickly talk about a couple of other applications that we did in the last couple of years based on this data, besides Open Tender. So this first thing I want to quickly go through is a dashboard that we did for an IMF anti-corruption challenge, sort of. Like a competition. So basically, we put together a dashboard on that does kind of two things. First, First, identifies corruption risks in different sectors in different countries. So the country scope of this dashboard is actually wider than Open Tender. So it's not only European countries, but all the countries that we had good enough data for, including contract prices. So identify risks in different sectors and different regions using sort of the same type of methodology of elementary indicators put together into a composite risk score. And then we also use these scores to kind of model the relationship between risk scores and the average saving that these tenders have, and also we try to model what would happen if some of the risk factors would be eliminated. Of course, this is not like a causal analysis. It's just like kind of our best estimation of how prices would change if some of the risk factors, such as like single bidding or non-open procedure or short advertisement period, etc., would be kind of eliminated. And so here we had to restrict the set of indicators to those that were widely available. So we were only focusing on these listed here. And you can see a couple of countries as examples of where these indicators were available. So it was non-open procedure, lack of call for tender publication, short submission period, the short decision period, single bidding, and then whether the supplier was registered in a tax haven country, and spending concentration. And so these are indicators that are quite widely available, with some exceptions. And then for each country, we model the relationship between these indicators and prices. So apologies for the size of the axis labels. These are completely not readable. But the main thing here is that on the horizontal axis, we have the different risk scores. And on the vertical axis, we have an estimation for the prices. So basically, the point of these figures is just to show that in all countries, well, here that are displayed, Georgia, Romania, Indonesia, Paraguay, and Uganda, what we found is clearly a positive relationship between prices and the risk indicators. So the more red flags we have on a contract, the higher the prices are, or the less price savings we observe. But of course, the relationship differs between countries. So in Indonesia, the relationship is much weaker than in, for example, Romania. And just quickly, I would want to show the resulting dashboard where we kind of display all the results of this modeling. So these are the countries covered by this project. So you have to, okay. How can I? Okay, thanks. Okay, so here are the countries that we modeled in this project. So first and this is publicly available, so you can also have a look at it. So let's say we are interested in Romania. On the first tab, we can see the average risk scores by sectors. So in this particular case, it's like, I don't know, recreation and culture related procurement tenders, real estate, administration and defense that have the highest risks. You can see the average risks throughout time and in between regions. Then there is a tab showing the amount of spending taking place in each of these sectors. Then we have a tab where we model the potential cost savings that would happen in a specific sector. So for example, in the security sector, so products that are labeled like this, we estimate that removing all the red flags from the contracts would result in a 14% extra saving potentially. And we can also display these kind of estimations per region and by buyer type. So we can see that in the utility sector, for example, so the buyers that are kind of utility buyers, they don't really have high risk scores. So the potential saving is much lower than, for example, national agencies. And then we have a tab on COVID related products specifically. You can see the amount of spending going into these products. And we can clearly see how risks in Romania increased after 2020. So, for example, the COVID-related products, so it's a closed set of product codes. If you look at those, then the average risk score of these increased quite significantly. And the last tab is really just to understand how much cost saving is predicted, depending on how much we could lower the risks. So here, for example, construction work is the biggest sector. So there is the biggest spending here, 77.5 billion USD. This is, of course, throughout like several years with the current risk scores. And if we would hypothetically lower risks to zero, then the predicted total spending would be only 70 million. So it's like a clear 10% kind of saving. And of course, you have to keep in mind that some, or actually a very large chunk of these contracts don't have any risks. So this is like just a subsample of risky contracts that is modeled to be non-risky. Okay, so this was just one quick example. Yeah, sorry.
Sorry if I missed it, but how do you calculate the saving? Do you compare it with the average price for the sector, or with the average contract price, and
Yeah.
see if
Yeah,
the
so,
price is higher in the specific individual case?
yeah, so we use
What
the
is the formula?
yeah. So we use the relative price, which is the final contract price divided by the estimated contract price, basically. And what we can do is to estimate a relationship between the risk scores and this relative price, basically. So what, like, very loosely, what we find is that if we do not have any risks on a contract, then this relative price will be, I don't know, 70% or 80%, so we will have a big saving. Whereas if we have more risks, like let's say this composite score would be 0.8, then the contracts with 0.8 risk score only have, I don't know, 5% savings, so like 95% relative price, right? And it's the difference, so with no risk we have 20% saving, with 0.8 risk we have 5% saving, and that's kind of the 15% saving gap. Yeah, okay.
With the risk, my question is, who is
Yeah.
estimating what is the estimated
Ah,
contract price?
right, yeah, okay, so it's the buyers,
So
yeah,
the buyer says this is the maximum price,
yeah,
so this is the estimated price, and we see how much lower it goes with the offers.
yes,
Okay,
yeah.
thank you.
Any other questions maybe to this dashboard or anything else? The modeling? Okay. Okay, if not, then just quickly a couple of more examples, just like 1-2 slides on each. So this is a study that we did a couple of years back, and it's more about understanding regulations and regulation-triggered risks, so to say. So basically what you see here is the distribution of tenders around the EU threshold in Poland. So what you see here is local government contracts and service contracts specifically around the EU threshold that was around 200,000 euros at the time in 2010, 11, 12, 13. And what you see is that local governments in Poland decide to, if possible, not go with the EU regulation. That's why you see these spikes just underneath the EU threshold that would trigger trigger a different procedure types to be followed for these buyers. And of course, one possible explanation for this is that following EU regulations is more complicated. Maybe these local governments are just afraid to conduct such a complex tender, and they just want to save cost. But of course, the other thing is that like the rules are more relaxed just below the threshold. So if they want to favor a company, then it's much easier to do it within the framework of the national regulations than otherwise. But in order to decide what is more probable, what we did is to look at the number of bids just below the threshold and above the threshold. So we basically took those tenders that are just 5,000 euros around around the threshold, just below and just above. And what we found is that actually the relationship varies according to what type of buyer we are looking at. So what you see on the first 3 bars, so these are local government supply contracts, local government service contracts, and central government body supplies contracts. And what you see here is that just above the threshold, so those contracts that indeed follow the EU regulation, they have 4.1, 5.6, 5.5 percentage more bids received. So these contracts are more competitive just after the threshold and following slightly different regulations. But interestingly, for central service contracts, we find a drop actually. So those contracts have less competition. And yeah. And for local works and central works, so it's a more lighter green because the effect was not significant. It's a 3.3% more. So again, this is just to understand better how actually these procedure types are used by buyers. Okay, I think I will skip this. And yeah, I only wanted to show two more graphs that actually just a reflection on an earlier discussion we had about bid prices. So what you see here is a Mexican example. So these are so these are the differences between the lowest bids and the second lowest bids in terms of percentage. And this is what I mentioned and just wanted to show you that what you see here is that there are some irregular differences. So if you see at 5%, at 10%, and 20%, 25%, there is a spike. So most probably those contracts where the second lowest bid was following this pattern might be a sign of collusion between the suppliers. And the other price-based example is this Benford law that I wanted to show. This is again based on Mexican data. And basically, so just to recap quickly the concept, so the idea is that if you have if you have numbers that are generated by a natural process and competition can be regarded as such, then the first digit of those numbers should follow a distribution, should follow the same distribution that is depicted by the line here. So the number of ones should be 30%, the number of twos should be, I don't know, around 18%, etc. And basically what we can do very easily with this data is that we group tenders according to different product markets. So on the left-hand side we see medicine and pharmaceutical products. On the right-hand side we see machinery and other like I don't know, repair, maintenance, equipment products. And what we see is that whereas based on this very simple test, the medicine market based on the prices doesn't seem to be off. So it seems like there is no kind of collusion going on that would affect the distribution of these first digits of the numbers. Whereas on this other market, where again we have hundreds of different contracts, the distribution is completely different. And we have way more ones as a first digit than we should have, and way less two digits or twos as a first digit as we should have. Okay, so this is just like a quick example of prices. So do you have any questions or comments to any of the last kind of 4 sessions? because I think, yeah. Okay, so if not, then thank you very much for your attention. Hope that some of the ideas that we talked through were useful. And
Thank you, and
yeah,
we'll
thank you.
have lunch downstairs. The room below us is the restaurant, and we'll have 1 hour for lunch. And we'll continue with some more interesting examples on how to calculate corruption. Yes, the lunch is at 1, because we were expecting to finish on time. So.
Dear colleagues, let me start again. Yeah, everything is working now. First of all, let me introduce myself for those of you that that don't know me from yesterday, for example. My name is Todor Galev, and I'm Director of Research at the Center for the Study of Democracy. I should apologize to you because actually I used to be from the very beginning today, but some very urgent last moment change in the agenda made it impossible for me to be here when the day start. But I hope you have possibility to not only to hear what I will present, but also at the end we are planning to have a kind of a small group exercise so we can talk and discuss together. And of course I want to invite you, if you have any questions or comments, please don't be shy to interrupt me and ask them immediately. Or after the end of the presentation, there will be also a possibility for asking comments, for asking questions, sorry, or to make comments. So the today's this I will not say training or lecture, something in between, will be how to combine experts' opinions and we call it here company data, but actually it's not only company data, what we call hard data, so or big data, so data that you can take from different registers, for example, public registers, or data from some institutions, to assess corruption and state capture at national, sectoral, and institutional level. In fact, we'll focus on only mostly how this could be done on sectoral level, presenting to you an approach that we have developed few years ago, and after that we piloted in some of the countries in the region, and not only in the region but also in Western Europe, and that we think works quite well. The concept is based on the understanding of the phenomenon of state capture. So not only corruption, but a much broader and I would say much more difficult to be measured and estimated concept than corruption. In this short presentation, I'll give you a very short review of the theoretical and conceptual background for this concept. Then my colleague Alexander will continue with how practically these research instruments that we develop can be applied, and then I'll finish with the second step of practical procedures for combining experts' opinion and hard data or company data. Initially, state capture concept was used, if I'm not wrong, in late 90s or 1990s to denote an evolution of in the understanding of corruption, which is experienced by companies particularly. Still, at that time, state capture was the phenomenon state capture was seen as a single act, and not as a systematic effort on the side of the captor. So the company or person which benefits from this situation. Gradually, in the next decade, the state capture concept evolved to the understanding that it includes illegitimate monopolization of the governance and the economy, which lead to inefficient public spending, regulations which are protecting particular actors or particular private interests, a lack of control over privileged actors, and so on. So the SCAT approach that we developed is built upon several empirical studies and analysis of corruption and state capture in different European countries. And it defines state capture as an exploitation of the power of government or or public institution for private benefit in systematic and permanent manner. So this is very important because corruption could be an ad hoc or single act transaction, while state capture usually exists when you have a systematic and long time efforts to capture an institution and to use this institution for your private interests. The illegitimate or private interest which exert some kind of pressure in order to achieve to capture the institution is embodied in the term captors. These are actors with privileged status which enjoy undue advantages in economic and or political terms. This could be, for example, captors could be economic actors like business enterprises or persons that control business enterprises, or institutional actors like public officials or political party or group inside an institution or political party, etc. Or even in some cases some illegal or black market actors. Actually, in reality, this distinction between the different type of actors, whether it is economic actor or political or institutional one or black market, is very inefficient, and usually a captor could represent actually something like a network, complex network of interlinked actors who reinforce each other through the privatization of the functions of a given institution. The other characteristic of state capture phenomenon is that it is a hidden phenomenon. So that is why usually the evidences for state capture are some ad hoc qualitative studies of separate cases. And that is why state capture is very difficult to be measured and estimated on a comparative basis across sectors or across countries, for example. But still, state capture affects public policies. And in this way, it leaves some observable public traces or effects or results which can be discovered by suitable pattern funding methods. And this is what you use actually in developing a set of research instruments that measure different aspects of state capture phenomenon. This state capture assessment diagnostic, this is what SCAT actually means, state capture assessment diagnostic analytical model that we built. Actually break down the definition of state capture into components and subcomponents, and we developed some instruments to measure this each of these components separately. Respectively, the aggregation of subcomponents would give us a quantitative measurement of state capture as a whole. SCAT analytical models distinguish between two major types of components. The first one refers to what we called institutional and environmental enablers or characteristics that affect the system of governance. And when I'm talking about system of governance, it could be system of governance on that cover more than one institution, but it could be also system of governance within a single institution. The second type of major components of the analytical model are the so-called dimensions of state capture. We outline 4 dimensions: black market capture, political capture, institutional capture, and business capture. And we developed de facto research instruments for measuring only business capture. The other 3 dimensions are not yet, we have not yet developed instruments for measuring them. And these 4 dimensions have been defined on the basis of the characteristics of actors playing a central role of captors. So the black market capture means that the captor is black market actor, for example. It is too small, the size, the font size is too small, sorry for that, but I'll try to explain it. We elaborated state capture assessment diagnostics as a tool that measures state capture on national level. So it is used to assess environmental and institutional characteristics on national level, and also some elements of business capture. In this case, we assess the design and implementation of general policies like rule of law, media freedom, justice system, and so on. I will not stop here because this element or component of state capture analytical model is quite extensively described in our analysis and reports, and now today we want to focus on the sectoral level estimation, but just want to say that we use the findings from the national level estimation to narrow down the vulnerabilities on sectoral level in two ways. First of all, to identify critical sectors, so sectors that are more vulnerable to state capture than others. And second, to identify also institutions that are more vulnerable than others. And that are sectoral level institutions like regulatory or control institutions. And on this level, we assess through the instruments that we will present to you in a while, we assess design and implementation of sectoral policies, focusing on sector-specific policies and sector-specific characteristics that differ from sector to sector, as you can imagine. There is also, as part of this sectoral level assessment, we also use it to narrow down even more the assessment, going to institutional or company level. Institutional, I'm talking about public institutions and like regulatory and control institutions, for example, and company level as companies that interact with public institutions in some way. On this sectoral level estimation, we use expert assessments to assess business state capture, so this dimension of state capture that I mentioned, but also two additional analyses. One of them based on what we call hard data or big data red flags. This is very similar to what our colleagues from GTI presented this morning, and it is related to privileged access to procurement and assessment of particular institution. This is another research instrument which actually assess the effectiveness, the availability and effectiveness of anti-corruption policies and measures within a given institution. So this is the part of the analytical model, and as I said, we use expert assessments, or primarily expert assessments, because there are some hard data including into this, to assess institutional enablers, so corruption and anti-corruption effectiveness, lack of transparency, lack of impartiality, private interest bias, and so on, and the business capture dimension, while we apply these two additional instruments to evaluate or assess and measure some more details about these two important subcomponents, corruption and anti-corruption effectiveness, measured through the so-called MACP instrument, and privileged access to procurement measured by hard data. The so-called state capture assessment diagnostic on economic sector level, this is CAT-ESL methodology, was developed as a practical instrument to empower policymakers, think tanks, watchdog organizations, investigative journalists, and so on, to monitor state capture pressure and vulnerabilities, particularly on sectoral level. And it was, this is important, it is designed to be replicable and scalable across different economic sectors and countries. I'll finish with this. The benefits of this methodology actually are, the major benefits, I would say, are three. So it measures sector-specific characteristics of state capture, and this is very important because when state capture assessment diagnostics is done on a national level, it provides some insights or knowledge on vulnerable areas in the entire economy, but they are very different in the different sectors. And here, thanks to the sector-specific measurement, we can go deeper into a given sector and measure specific state capture mechanisms and their effects in this sector. In this way, we use more effectively sectoral knowledge and know-how that exists in both the experts, so anti-corruption experts, I would say, and within the sector, in the players or actors within the sector, being them public institutions or other type of actors, such as companies. And last but not least, we are able to address policy gaps on sectoral level with specific recommendations based on the findings from the sector. So thank you. If you have any question on this immediate, I can react. If not, Sasha will continue with the next part, which will go directly to how state capture assessment diagnostic on economic sector level is done in practical steps. So, any questions, comments? Okay. If not, Sasha.
Hello and welcome everyone to this training. My name is Alexander Gerganov, and I'm a senior analyst at the Center for the Study of Democracy, and I'm also an assistant professor in the Institute of Sociology at the Bulgarian Academy of Sciences. And I will continue Todor's training with some practical examples how we build indicators to measure, to assess, to estimate, pick your favorite term, different corruption-related phenomena. So this is the process we typically follow when we want to do something like that. And of course, we start with a goal. For example, several years ago, we decided we want to assess quantitatively state capture. It was an emerging terminology that comes from the 2000s, but in the 2000s it was used in a very narrow sense as illegal lobbying in a particular country. And 5 or 6 years ago, a few qualitative studies started talking about this as a new corruption type, different from everything else that was known at the time. So we decided to try to understand and assess quantitatively this phenomenon. And of course, we started from theory and literature review to see if there is indeed something different from all the terms we know already, like kleptocracy, grant corruption, policy capture, high-level corruption. All these terms, they more or less talk about corruption types that are at the higher level, that are systematic, that are different from the single exchange we usually have in our everyday lives when we face administrative corruption. So looking through the theory, we found out that indeed there is something different about this thing called state capture. For starters, it was usually mentioned in the context of ex-communist countries, and it originally, I think it originated from for Russia. It was defined for the situation in the Russian Federation. So we tried to find out what do scholars mean by using this term state capture, and we found out that basically most of them mean different things. And it was a very wide notion, and our next effort was to try to make it more concrete. So this is how this analytical model, we sometimes call it theoretical model, but it is indeed more of an analytical model because it is not so deep that it doesn't claim to explain the whole phenomenon, but it helps focus and define the phenomenon we are trying to assess. And the next step, of course, is to move to some operational definitions, because if our definitions are very broad and if we define state capture through a whole book where we describe the situation in Hungary or in some other country, this is not very helpful for assessment, for quantitative assessment. So we adopted some operational definitions that, of course, they can be criticized. Still, they helped us move forward. And then we tried to think of some quantitative indicators. And, of course, we wanted to measure state capture itself. It would have been great if we were able to pinpoint all the captors and the sums stolen and everything. However, unfortunately, this was not possible because neither sides of the state capture process usually want to cooperate with researchers on measuring their activities. So we decided on a compromise to measure vulnerabilities to state capture. Risks is a term also very risky, if you allow me the pun, because risk usually involves incidence rates. So in order to measure risk correctly, you again need to be able to assess somehow the incidence rates, how often does this happen, and of course this is very difficult. This is why we talk about vulnerabilities and about pressure. These are the terms we use. And we built several instruments for measurement. We decided how we will collect the data, what data we will collect. We decided to use two things, big data about companies and economic sectors, and expert assessments. I will go in more detail in a moment. And to combine this data and to calculate some indicators and then to analyze the results and reach some conclusions or provide further recommendations. And this is the process that you usually follow when you want to build a quantitative indicator for anything. It doesn't even matter what field it is. In science, this is more or less the path to measuring something we want to measure for some reason. Now that we built SCAT, which was the first thing we built regarding state capture, we decided we want to do more because SCAT was at the level of countries, because we wanted to compare countries. State capture was a term used in the context of different countries. So we wanted to be able to somehow compare how vulnerable they are and to be able to make them compare with and compete with their peers in terms of improving things. However, we wanted also to be specific, to provide guidance where exactly the problem is. Of course, we can't pinpoint individual captors, but we thought that we could at least say what sectors are more vulnerable than other sectors and where should authorities and investigative journalists focus. So this is how SCAT ESL at the economic sector level was born. And today I will show you how it functions in practice. And the idea was that after SCAT ESL, we will have enough information from experts and from big data to do more focused big data analytics, very similar to the first part of today's training, which can indeed lead to some suspicions or red flags to particular companies or players. And then some actions could be taken, like investigations. However, we had another tool, which is called MACP, that is focused on anti-corruption policies. So we thought that once we have information at the sectoral level, we could use this other tool, MACP, to have some response, to build some resilience in terms of anti-corruption policies at the level of public organizations, because we think that the anti-corruption policies should be assessed and monitored and viewed at this level, because at the national level we can have a policy that looks great. However, different public organizations have different issues, different problems, different risks, and different policies might work in a completely different way for a particular organization compared to another. So we saw this tool as the natural continuation, because we are not prosecutors or investigative journalists. In our view, this is the natural continuation of using SCAT, because even if you arrest a certain player from a network, it is very difficult to stop the whole problem this way. So instead, we suggest to build and improve on anti-corruption policies where we find vulnerabilities. And of course, finally, it can also go to investigations, but we see this as a closed circle where we assess the vulnerabilities to state capture and react to these vulnerabilities. And this is our theory. This is how things start. And then this is how a practical tool actually works. So we have 5 simple steps. We start, this is SCAT ESL, this is state capture assessment diagnostics at the economic sector level. And we have a mapping report, a selection of respondents, a survey among experts, computation of some state capture indicators that also uses some company data, and finally analysis of the results, and the results can be linked to the next stage, which is big data analysis. And this is the first step, the mapping report. This is basically how we collect some data about the country and the economic sector. Let's say we operate in Bulgaria, however, we want to implement this tool in the energy sector of Spain. Okay, we might know something about Spain, however, we don't know everything. So we start collecting background information about this sector, who are the players, who are the big companies, what are the public organizations that intervene in some sense in the sector. We combined the possible interventions of public organizations in three groups: regulation, control, and big clients. Of course, public procurement is a big thing, so we wanted to see also the big clients who purchase goods or services from the companies in the particular sector. So once we have, and of course we gather other information too, other qualitative information. For example, we gather lists of branch organizations and so on to facilitate our next steps. Once we have this thing, this mapping report, then we move to the selection of respondents. And in SCAT, our approach to expert surveys is probably somewhat different to what you are used to if you've been reading such tools that use expert assessments. So usually what I've noticed is that these tools prefer to use checklists with 2 or 3 experts that are undoubtedly the best experts in the field. Our approach was to find more experts in order to avoid individual biases, because everyone is human and experts also have their biases for different reasons. So we thought that we will make a very large sample of experts, not 2 or 3, but let's say 30 or 40 experts. And we will be looking only at areas where they agree that there is a problem. So we have different groups, we can juxtapose their answers. However, what we are interested in is where everyone agrees that there is a problem. Public officials, NGO employees, journalists, academia, even heads of large businesses. And indeed, we were not sure whether, for example, whether public officials will say that there is any problem anywhere. However, it turned out that there are areas where more than 80 or more than 90% of these experts say that there is some problem there. And this is very impressive when communicating these results, because it is one thing to have checklist assessments by 2 people and then others reacting to this in the sense that, okay, these 2 people, they are wrong. It is completely different to have 40 people who all agree that there is, for example, a high level of monopolization in a certain sector, or that there is some problem with public procurement in a certain sector. So this is how we selected respondents. We wanted a large pool of experts, and we wanted different groups, not only external experts, but also acting public officials, all groups. And our recommendation is to keep this sample balanced, not to have bias towards one or the other group. Then we conduct a survey, and here is a very brief technical tip about the survey. It would be good to use nice professional online software. There are some that are open source, free of charge, because usually questionnaires like this, they have filters. So some questions are shown only to people to whom these questions are relevant. For example, this question asks if they are familiar with several organizations, and if they are not familiar, why should we ask them to assess these organizations? Of course, we can then filter the results at the data processing stage. However, it would be easier and much more convenient for the participants to see only the first 2 in this example, only the respondent is familiar with the first two organizations, so the following questions are only for the first two organizations. And there are, of course, many other practical benefits of using professional survey software, not Google Forms or sending word questionnaires over email, but doing something like this, which is relatively easy to install and to learn and to use. And once we have collected the data, we move to the computation of the indicators. And I would like to just briefly show you how does the structure of indicators look like without going into details, because you can read about this in our publications. But for example, the institutional enablers that Todor mentioned, we defined from a theoretical point of view four such indicators, and we split some of them into three components, but one of them, the private interest bias, has a single component because we think it's very important. And what do we mean here by indicators? They are basically, in this case, questions from the survey, the level 3 indicators to the right. Of course, we can have other indicators, for example, based on big data. Indicator is a broad term. In this case, these come from the questionnaire. And these are the business state capture pressure indicators and sub-indicators. For example, the broad concept is business state capture pressure, where the businesses exert the pressure for capturing, not the institutions or the politicians, although in the end, of course, the end result is usually the same. And the dimensions are not separate from each other. They are probably highly correlated, and one leads to the other and the other way around. So, for example, the general monopolization pressure indicator, it is based on assessed overall level of monopolization of the sector, which means that we ask the experts if a particular sector is monopolized in their opinion or not, and we see what percentage of the experts say it is. Then we put some weights to these level 3 indicators. We decide which one is the most important, and we put some weights to compute the 3 level 2 indicators, and finally the business state capture pressure. And here is an example how this is done. For example, general monopolization pressure is the percentage of experts who believe there is any reason to suspect the existence of a monopoly, oligopoly, or cartel in the sector. The ineffectiveness of anti-monopoly laws is the percentage of experts who believe that the laws for the sector rather help the monopolization of the sector than prevent it, as they are supposed to do. And specific monopolization pressure is particularly to the point because, for example, it includes percentage of experts who think that the sector suffers from at least one of 4 specific problems we attribute to state capture. For example, a specific company or a small number of companies win too many public tenders. This is our favorite in terms of research, of course, procurement capture. Or, for example, another scenario was to provide illegitimate competitive advantage. This is the illegal lobbying that originally started the term state capture. Or control and/or sanctions are applied selectively, which helps particular companies, which is something we view very often, and it is neither illegal lobbying nor procurement capture. It is control companies go and arrest someone who is not in the whole scheme so that the captor can prosper and can become a monopolist, for example. And in the end, you see below some actual results for Italy for the wholesale of solid, liquid, and gas fuels. And you see the general monopolization pressure is very high, the ineffectiveness of anti-monopoly laws is low, so they think that the experts believe that the anti-monopoly laws are good in Italy, at least for this sector, and the specific monopolization pressure is above average. And now that we have computed some indicators, we come to the analysis part, where we start comparing sectors, countries, and trying to make some sense of the data and to reach some conclusions. For example, this is the business state capture pressure, the aggregated indicator for 4 countries and 3 sectors. And you can see, for example, that there are some country-specific findings that in Bulgaria, the energy sector seems more problematic, while in Romania and Spain, the pharma sector is problematic, and the construction sector is, of course, these are all problematic sectors. They are not random sectors. You know these sectors, and we chose them for a reason. So all these bars are very high. But you can see, for example, that the construction is particularly problematic in Spain, while, of course, also in Bulgaria and in the other 2 countries. And then we can become more specific. We can look at the general monopolization pressure and again compare results and see, for example, the components of the construction sector. And then we can look at the specific monopolization pressure, the 4 scenarios I mentioned. And of course, we can also look at the institutional enablers, and we can narrow down again. If we see that the institutional enablers are very high in a particular country or sector, we can look at which components of these institutional enablers are the problem according to the experts, so that we can narrow further down our research and do follow-ups or point to the problems that combine the opinions of all these experts. And this is a particularly interesting indicator that I mentioned, part of the institutional enablers, the private interest bias. This is linked to a single question which represents the percentage of experts who answer that control and imposing sanctions are done selectively, and the choice of whom to control or sanction follows private interests. And we thought this was important because we've seen this scenario in many of the countries where state capture supposedly occurs. Of course, other countries could rely on other mechanisms, but still, you see this is quite high in Bulgaria and Romania, for example, and surprisingly, at least for us, to some extent in Spain. We expected it to be lower in Spain. And I will wrap up now and leave the last minutes to Todor, but here are some examples how we singled out the organizations with the highest private interest bias, and you can see the large base for these percentages, 60 experts or 80 experts. And you can see that at the top is the Directorate for National Construction Supervision, the municipal administrations. These are, I think, for Bulgaria, yeah. And again, these are the analysis by building this nice hierarchical structure of indicators. You can either stay at the higher level of aggregation of the results and draw some general conclusions about a sector or a country, or which is, in my opinion, better, you can focus down on the different components and find out where the problem lies. And this is just an example that is probably not visible very well because the font is small, but this is an example how we think that expert assessments can be combined with big data. Here we asked the experts about several big data indicators, how relevant they are for a particular sector and for their country. And you can see that there are some, this is one of the sectors, this is wholesale of fuels. And you can see that while generally all the countries agree about which indicators are important, there are some variations from country to country. So using a particular big data indicator, for example, looking for red flags in procurement, it is good to remember that a particular red flag might be more indicative for one country than for another. And this is all from me for now. Thank you for listening. And if you have any questions, please ask them now, or we can talk together later in the small groups. And if there are no questions at this point, I will give the floor back to Todor.
Until the presentation is changed, I want just to add something. Most of the things that Alexander showed actually is based on a questionnaire which collects the expert assessments. But as you saw on the last slide, there's cases when we have some what we call big data indicators, and we ask the experts to assess the same things that we can measure through these big data indicators. At the end, we can compare both the big data indicators or results and the assessment of the experts. But this is not the only way we combine expert assessments and big data. For example, in the questionnaire, we have a question that is asking for whether in the specific sector the big companies are monopolizing or having kind of, for example, of cartel. Have established some kind of situation which is advantageous for them. And this is not just like a general question, but we based it on an analysis of company data for this sector, financial company data for this sector, that actually show us in advance whether there is such a problem. And including, we have discussed also the possibility to include a list of big companies, so the biggest companies, let's say, in the sector, asking the experts to assess whether these companies somehow violate the competition rules. For example, in the energy sector in Bulgaria, is it true that Lukoil, which is the Russian company, which is the only refinery in Bulgaria and actually is controlling 98% of the wholesale market and have its own chain of gas stations, is violating the competition rules. Another way of integrating both expert assessments or combining expert assessments and big data is that when we ask about the monopolization, specifically general monopolization pressure that you saw in the indicators. We can also use company financial data to measure or to estimate quantitatively the market concentration in this sector, and in this way we can compare the expert assessments at the end with the real situation in the sector. I'll try to give you a really short overview of two different examples, how you combine and what type of data we combine, but these are only two examples. You can think about different type of data that you can combine. For example, we are trying to combine here the examples will be data from public procurement and data from asset declarations combined with company data, but you can think also for data about use of EU funding or public funding in general in your countries, and so on. So the first example is how we measured state capture and corruption. We call here risk, but as Alexander mentioned, it's more it's better to say vulnerabilities in public procurement. These are the three different research instruments that we use. So the state capture assessment diagnostic economic sector level, what Alexander presented, the one that we didn't, that we will not present today. So the measurement, the estimation of effectiveness of anti-corruption policies and measures on single institution level. And the third one, that is actually the focus of my example, is analysis of state capture and corruption risk in public procurement using linked data on public procurement, company financial and ownership information, and very important, online media content. All these three instruments and how they're combined are quite extensively described in this manual, in this toolkit, sorry, so you can find it online. And this is just an example of how the SchemApps online platform looks like. It is very similar to what actually Ben's showed, so it gives red flags indicators based on procurement and company data combined, and media data, not to forget it. So the sources are the usual public procurement data from that database, corporate data from public business registers and private data providers. I'll focus on this in a while. And online news media data. So we'll use only online newslets, not printed, because it's very difficult to collect the data. So the major data challenges that we faced, and I'm sure all of you are aware of them, and our colleagues from GTI in the morning talked about this, the missing company's ID, how to match different names, and so on. So I will not stop on this. I just want to say that this is something very common, and I think every one of you that works with procurement and company data will face this. Some specifics in our case was what we called parent-child matching of corporate data. So when you have a corporate data from a register, usually you have also information about the company ownership structure. So unfortunately, the public available information, public available registers, business registers, usually do not provide enough ownership information, and what we used is to combine data from different sources, including from private proprietary databases that are paid, unfortunately. But this is the way how it's possible to overcome this problem with missing data in general, or in partial data. The biggest problem here is not only to find the data from different sources and to merge them, but also to transform complex ownership networks into something more easy to understand and more easy to be calculated, because you probably have seen for example, the network of Lukoil companies in Bulgaria consists of about 50 companies, 50. So they have a very complex ownership structure. Company A is owning company B is owning company C, in which company A have 30%, but because of the composition of the board, actually company C control company A, something like that. So it's really very complex. For the analysis, there are some specific analysis that can be made, usually using social network analysis techniques, but we decided that this is too difficult, too time-consuming, too effort-consuming to be done for this type of analysis. So we transposed complex ownership structures in more simple parent-child relationships. So only between direct parent-child relationships between two companies, but this is enough to show the links in the ownership, and at the end, for example, what Ben showed you in the morning, when you have company A with some red flags in the public procurement data, you can see in this scheme-ups database, you can see, for example, that this company A actually have 10 subsidiaries. And these 10 subsidiaries, if you take their aggregated results in the procurement, it's completely different picture than the results only of company A. Here is an example. Here I just jumped to this. Here's an example of the profiling, and you can see there in the beginning, these are the companies and their subsidiaries in this case. This is how it works. And another specific challenge is that we use online media data, mainly from journalistic investigations, to raise an additional red flag for companies so companies as suppliers in the procurement process, or contracting authorities, public institutions, that have been exposed by some journalistic investigations as being corrupt, or as existing some suspicions for corruption in these transactions between them. The work with online media data also have its specific challenges. I will not stop on this, but I think that the results and the benefits from adding this red flag is quite big. Because in many cases, especially in countries where the judiciary and rule of law in general is less effective, then you could have a lot of journalistic investigations and a lot of information in the media about suspected cases of corruption and state capture that could give you an additional confirmation of expert assessments and of big data indicators. So just an example of one of the red flags that we developed. This is procurement exposure ratio by number of employees in this case, and we transformed the results into easy to understand score. These small red flags at the end. All of these companies this excerpt have 5 red flags, so it means they're most this is the highest end of the scale. Other companies below in the list would have 4, 3, and so on small flags. So it means they're lower on the scale of being suspected to, according to this red flag. And this is quite, just to understand what it means, this is quite simple indicator. It measure the total amount of procurement contracts of a given company divided by the number of employees of this company, and then compare the results with the results of other companies in the peer group. So it means that this is a typical case from Bulgaria, a company from construction sector that has almost 80 million euros for 1 year from procurement contracts and has only 114 employees, while similar companies, while other companies with a similar amount from procurement have 5 to 8 times more employees. So this is a sign or a red flag that they could be a potential problem in this company. And just to give you also another example, sometimes the data that can be obtained from different red flags could be aggregated into a single chart in this case that show you some more information that the single red flags can give you. For example, this means here that on the first row on right side of you, yes, on the top, you see that 26 companies in Bulgaria actually have, 26 contracting authorities in Bulgaria that have spent in total 1,637 million euro. This is for 10-year period. Actually have suppliers that concentrate more than 90% of the procurement. It means that one supplier takes more than 90% of the amount that is procured by this single contracting authority. So it means these are contracting authorities working only with specific, in most cases, this is the assumption, there is a corruption here, this is the assumption. So one authority is working with one single supplier, which received more than 90% of all procurement amounts of this contracting authority. And I'll finish with the second example, disclosing with assets declaration data. It's almost the same because we work again with company data, so the analysis and the challenges that you faced are the same. I just want to say that this also have a possibility to be applied on a sectoral level because you can take the asset declaration data only for these regulatory and control institutions and public administrations that are from the given sector, and I'll not. I'll finish with this one. I know that you deserve for coffee, but when we're measuring state capture and corruption mechanism, usually on a sectoral level, irrespective whether we want to combine expert assessment with big data or you use both of them separately, actually the concept in a way undermines sectoral approach, because you can imagine if you are a big company that use some state capture mechanisms to capture a certain institution, the company doesn't have sectoral level borders, let's say. So the company doesn't stay in one sector, doesn't offer to the public institution only services from this specific sector. We observed companies in different countries that are selling everything from constructing roads, kindergartens, schools, supplying fuels to the municipality, and so on and so on. So covering a lot of sectors. But when you ask for estimation or use big data for measuring the things on a sectoral level, then there is a discrepancy with these characteristics of the state capture mechanism. Some other challenges that we faced, I already mentioned some of them, but the benefits from combining experts assessments and what we call hard data or big data is that you can have a confirmation of expert assessments, but some case not. So the expected the assessments of the experts is not confirmed by the big data analytics or vice versa. Then in many cases you can use hard data for supporting experts assessment, and also you can use experts assessment to verify hard data or to understand better the results of the hard data analytics that you made. So these are the three benefits. Three benefits that I want to mention when you combine these two type of data for a sectoral level approach. And as I said, we would like to ask you for a small practical task at the end after the coffee break to elaborate indicators for assessing corruption. And here, sorry. Yes, thank you. And here are some hints about how to do it, but we'll explain it better after the coffee break. But for our online participants, I would like to say, because they will not be able to be included into the small groups exercise, that if they want, they can do the same, send it to our emails, and we will send back some feedback. But at the end of the small groups exercise. We will ask each of the small groups to present the results and to have short discussion on them. So our online participants can also watch and hear the discussion and presentation and use it as kind of hands-on training also. So thank you very much, and sorry for continuing a little bit more than it was envisaged. If you have any questions before the coffee break, or if not, thank you very much again, and we'll continue after the coffee. Okay, thanks.
Okay, I hope you can hear me. Yes, the mic is working. We set, as a first step, we set our overall objective of our research. So our objective is to measure the corruption in higher education. Then second, we made a theoretical model of the 3 types of corruption that exists in higher education. So we have academic corruption, administrative corruption, and cross-institutional corruption, when in the cross-institutional case, let's say people from the university, from their administration are involved in some type of corruption with other public authorities. Then, as a third step, we decided to focus our research specifically in the academic type of corruption. Fourth, we wrote a definition, what is academic corruption. So our definition is that academic corruption is the process of undue academic or professional advancement of scholars, meaning academics or students, through exchange of mutual benefits. Next, here we have some examples of academic corruption according to this definition. For example, passing the exam through bribe or through some sort of service, plagiarism or ghostwriting, or hiring somebody to substitute you at the exam, buying a diploma, paying for someone for publishing your article in some sort of journal, and also getting employed at the university. The next steps, we defined types of indicators and their weight, how important each indicator is for measuring academic corruption. So we have direct measurement. So as direct measurement, we have victimization survey among students and professors. And we placed weight three times. So the score of this we multiply by 3. And we have indirect measures, which is checking the number of papers or percent of papers that have been plagiarized through special software that checks text if it already exists somewhere else. Number and types of advertisements for ghost writers. And perception survey, how often these types of use of software or ghost writers or substitutes are being used, and this survey could be among professors, students, or even ex-students and teachers. So these are the indirect measures. They have weight 1, so each of these 3 are taken one time, not multiplied by 3. And we discussed these are also, of course, the sources of data, the survey and the advertisement and the software. And at the end of our discussion, we defined the final outputs of our work. So we can have a ranking of the most corrupt universities in a country, and as next steps towards making some policy recommendations or future anti-corruption measures, we can also check the career path of the graduates of the most corrupt universities, if they became ministers or doctors, etc., and how this could affect the benefit of the whole society. So this was our process. Thank you. Yeah, so you hire somebody to write a paper for you and you submit it as your own. We check online how many advertisements there are for ghost writers, and maybe you can also check if they're in a certain academic area that is. It's a very, very indirect measure, assuming that if there is a demand for such service, there will also be a supply of such service, meaning. It's difficult. You can also only assume if it's in the same area of specialization of, if it's a medical university and it's a medical service of ghostwriting. But if you have many medical universities in a country, then it's difficult to prove such a link. Yeah, okay. Any other questions? No? Okay. So I guess the next group can present.
Okay, so now the group B. We are not so specific. We decided to focus more on a broader level, how to identify and measure conflicts of interest. So we would first approach to officials and experts and conduct a survey. We would identify and number some sectors where we expect the conflict of interest to appear, and they would have to choose these sectors, maybe grade them and show are there is it like very often or not so often. We would then identify the mechanism which lead to conflicts of interest. For example, of course, they would be different in all the sectors, but we would focus on some mechanisms such as influence for regulated prices, revolving doors in a case when somebody was a CEO of a company and then becomes a minister and vice versa, some lobby laws, and for example, cases when companies prepare pieces of legislation. So based on the expert survey, we would try to find some hard data to confirm their answers. So, for example, we would have a look at some regulations and some laws. Were they amended very often? For example, maybe hundreds of times in 1 year. We would expect that this is not something without corruption. We would also have a look, for example, at media reports to identify the cases of revolving doors. We would also have a look at company data and registers and ASO declarations. For example, in Serbia, 3 years after leaving a ministry position, you are still required to provide your assets declarations. For example, for some cases, such as when companies prepare a piece of legislation, it is not so easy to identify and find data. So we would mainly focus on the expert survey, but we would also have a look at some lobby registers. Additionally, we would focus on some government term volatility in financial reports, but we would also have a look at some spending data that is available that could also point to corruption in general, but also maybe to conflict of interest. So. Are there any questions, suggestions? No. Yeah.
I have one. How do you define conflict of interest?
Like a situation when somebody is, for example, in some official position and it could benefit from that position, but it conflicts with his aims, for example, as a minister.
Okay.
Something. Some general cases of conflicts of interest, not something pure specific. So if that's everything, maybe Daniela, Todor, and Alex, you can close our summer school.
Before that, praises to both groups, you need extra.
Yay.
I think there are at least 3 projects in this work.
Yeah. Now we have to prepare the proposals and find the donors, which is more important. So, what to say? Thank you very much for being here and trying to do all these things with us. And actually, I hope that we will have more cases to discuss freely all the different cases that are some of them described in your reports, but actually, honestly speaking, for 2 days I learned more for the corruption in your countries than from reading the whole report. So thank you very much for this, and I hope that we'll have the chance to apply some of these methods that we talk about today, particularly in real work. And my only advice is not too afraid. They look very complex and difficult, but if you start doing it, it's not so difficult, believe me. Moreover, for some of them, there are a lot of readings that you can use, manuals, not only ours, but also prepared by other organizations. And last but not least, try to use as much as possible instruments that have been already done by others. For example, in what our colleagues from GTI showed today, there are a lot of information that you can use both for kind of ad hoc analysis of specific cases or for specific companies, persons, politicians, institutions, and so on, but also for type of, how to say, I will not say big data, but data-based conclusions and findings that you can use to verify and confirm the expert assessments that you can design and apply. So look for existing data and use them. And as we discussed in our group, there are a lot of data out there. The only problem is to, in most of the cases, is not to work with them, but first to identify and find which data you can use for a certain specific goal. So, my advice on this is, I taught to my group, follow the money. So all the data that are related with some kind of allocation or management of money usually could be used for our purposes. Once again, thank you very much, and hope that it was not waste of time. Thank you. And thanks one again of our colleagues who organized this event. It was really great to organize. Thank you.